It's been a great time here. Series and it starts. It's been a great time here in the Netherlands, but it all comes down to this. Canada have finished their campaign. They're out of the picture, but today the hosts will take on the United States of America for the Tri-Series. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECN T20I Dutch Tri-Series, and it starts right now.
So it all comes down to this, a grand finale for the T20I Tri-Series. It's been 18 days of cricket, 3 weeks this tour has been going on. We've seen some wonderful stuff on and off the pitch, but ultimately only the winners today are going to go home feeling happy. Will it be the hosts, the Netherlands, who've been exceptional throughout this tour? In fact, up until 2 days ago, they were perfect. They'd played 6 and they'd won 6, but really a remarkable fight back from Canada gave them the first win of their tour. They couldn't back it up yesterday though, the Canadians, and USA, they got the wood over their North American rivals yet again. The average score on this Tom de Groot prepared wicket behind me, it's generally been a pretty good batting surface, but it's not quite as high as you would think. 145 the average T20I score here, and 168 that USA posted was actually the highest in T20I history at this venue. So that means I suspect both sides are maybe going to think about wanting to win the toss, have a bat first, get a score on the board, and then particularly for the Dutch with their strong bowling attack, bring them into the game, put the pressure back onto USA. Nobody in this series has won 2 games in 2 days. To win this title, to win this trophy, USA are going to have to do that. Can they? It's the big question, because the last time these two sides met, it was a 102-run victory for the Dutch. Will they keep their dominance over USA? Remember, USA have never, ever beaten the Netherlands. It's all about to get going. Let's get out to Vinny Sandhu with the 2 captains for the toss.
Thanks, Lenny. We're here in the deciding game of this ECN T20 Tri-Series in the Netherlands. We have the host, the Netherlands, take on the USA. Match referees here, the 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Heads the call. Tails it is.
Scotty Edwards of the Netherlands winning the toss. What are you going to do, Scott?
Yeah, we're going to have a bat first.
Looks a good wicket to bat on. Obviously, you haven't played here during the T20I Tri-Series, but last time out against the USA, you had a pretty good time with the stick, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, we've played pretty good cricket throughout. I think last game was a little bit of a blip, so yeah, hopefully bring our best again today. Yeah, the wicket looks a little bit dry, so maybe later in the day it might start staying low and turning a little bit more.
Makes sense. Obviously, you had that blip against Canada, the first loss of this series in the 20 or the 50 overs. How's that affected the group, and how do you feel like you're going to come back today?
No, I think, you know, we're used to playing lots of games in a row, so for us it's, you know, you discuss what went wrong and what you want to fix, and then you're pretty quick to get onto that next game.
Kyle Klein has really come along quickly, hasn't he? You must be really impressed with his form.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, for a while now, he's probably been our standout bowler. So, yeah, lovely to see him in the polls for most of these games, and yeah, really leading our bowling squad.
Well, Scotty, any changes for today's team compared to last time you were out?
Yeah, we've got Aryan Dutt coming in for Brandon Glover.
Okay, all the best. Scotty Edwards, the Netherlands captain, USA captain Monak Patel here with me. So lost the toss and being asked to bowl first. How do you feel about that?
We don't mind bowling first, you know. It's just we want to focus what we're going to do first, you know. We want to make sure that we restrict them under a good score and chase it down later.
Always nice when a young player comes in and does well on debut. You must have been really happy with Saitendra Mukamala yesterday.
Yeah, happy for him. You know, the way he played, I thought like his preparation was really good, and I'm happy that he got some runs, and I hope he continues and makes some good runs in this game.
Obviously went pretty early to spin yesterday. This looks like it may take a bit of spin. Is that a bit of a tactic in the power play against the top order batters?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's very helpful for the spinner, and that's why we added one more spinner in the playing 11 today.
Changes today?
Yeah, we have Yasser coming in place of Drysdale.
Okay, all the best. Match 6. This is the match that will decide the series. Conditions couldn't really be better for cricket. It's about 26 degrees currently, expecting 28. Sunshine, pretty surroundings, and pretty good contest on the way. Whoever wins this game will take the Tri-Series. Andrew Leonard standing by for the first ball. The news from the toss, Lenny, is that the Dutch, they've won the toss, and they're going to have a bat first.
Yeah, many thanks, Vinny. And I think he's spot on, isn't he? The great man, Mr. Maximo. It's not just going to be a pretty good contest, it's going to be an absolute cracker. Let's have a run through all 5 of the games that we've seen so far. One of them didn't get a result, and that is the game that has ended up putting USA in a position whereby they might be able to win this series. The Dutch won the first game pretty comfortably despite a late wobble by 5 wickets. That's the match abandoned that led to 1 point apiece. Canada were in a pretty good position, having posted 169. They'll have quite fancied winning that contest, but instead it was a washout. And then, well, the next day, an extraordinary performance. Scott Edwards with his career best in T20I cricket. 3 wickets too for Vikramjit Singh, one of the unsung heroes, as USA were trounced by 102 runs by the Netherlands. And then Canada, they pulled off probably the biggest upset actually of the tour, really, with the way the Dutch have been playing. They've looked close to perfect. It was an 8-run victory before yesterday, back at Voorburg, after we made the move across from the fantastic Kampong facility. The sun has come out, and it shone on USA's fortunes, because they, even though they're 1-1-1, if they win today, they'll win the Tri-Series. They'll move to 5 points on top of the table. For the Dutch to win, they're going to have to get a win. There's no chance of a washout, we can assure you of that. It is the perfect day for cricket, right towards the tail end of August here, and there's just one change, isn't there, for both sides. Janoy Drysdale misses out. I thought he was underused yesterday, probably a bit unlucky. I think America think that this pitch is going to turn. Yasser Mohammed comes into the team, and for the Netherlands, just the one change too. Poor old Brandon Glover misses out after having waited so long to get back into Dutch colours, and Arjen Dutt, the off spinner, comes in. They do make the Dutch favourites, the supercomputer, and understandably so. USA have never beaten the Dutch. You wouldn't believe that, would you? Andries House has the gloves on. Jesse Singh has the new ball in his hand. And it's the regular opening pairing of Michael Levitt and Max O'Dowd to get things going for the Netherlands. You would think it could be a big toss to win, but for the Dutch to get off to a flying start, they'll have to rely upon this pairing, the 2 right-handers in this power play. They're going to have to be good, as they have been through most of the series. Max O'Dowd, apart from that last game against Canada, has been in great run-scoring form, and Levitt has provided a few power-packed innings too. So Singh is the new ball, no slips in place, just a sort of catching third man. And immediately a little bit of movement away, as I'm delighted to be here for a final time. It's been 18 days of cricket across the 3 venues that we've used, across the ODI series and the T20Is. We've seen some really good games. We've generally seen Dutch dominance, but remarkably, it is all going to come down to this final game. We didn't have a final for this series, but we have one now. It's a grand finale, winner takes all, and they will take not just the bragging rights, but also the trophy and the honours from here in the Netherlands to round out their international season on home soil. Singh has been really good this tour, hasn't he? Battled back from that ankle injury that he saw him miss 1 game. But for USA, they've gone with the extra spin option today. Yasser Mohammed comes in for Janoy Drysdale. And great to see youth being given a chance. Saiteja Mukamala, he shone up at the top, didn't he? 2nd highest score on debut for any American cricketer in T20I. As the player of the match too was Levitt, as a good hack across the line, but can't get enough of it to get it past Yasser Mohammed, who fields well. One of the big challenges today for USA will be how do they cope with the fatigue. Their endurance will be tested with it being 2 games in 2 days. Even 6 and 6 for the T20I series, which feels pretty hectic after a day off between each of the ODIs. And a good start for USA, nice and tight. First runs go to the bat of Michael Levitt. Will just be a single. Well, they put Kenjige under pressure, and his throw won't please Andrews House, who isn't able to glove it cleanly. 2 standing umpires today, as they have been throughout this T20I Tri-Series, Nitin Bhatti and Rizwan Akram. And I have to say, the ODIs were tough for both of them. Alongside Rowley Black, there were some really difficult decisions, but they've been immaculate really throughout the T20Is. Malik Prabhadesai is the reserve umpire. He'll be carrying the balls on if we lose any. You do tend to lose a few with the little network of canals around this ground. And Phil Thompson, the ICC match referee. And so Dowd drives, oh, ever so elegantly. That's a sparkling stroke from his very first delivery to get his account underway. Just a hint of shape away from the right-hander, but it went straight into the driving arc. And he gives it the full flashing blade of the Kookaburra to pick up the first runs for him and the first boundary of the day. Yeah, some interesting numbers you might have heard if you were tuning in there for the build-up with me and Vinny Sandhu. The average score here in T20I cricket, it is from a reasonably small sample, 13 completed matches. Just 145 as this one's helped away. Going to be runs and 4 more of them. Question is, it won't be off the bat, it's going to be leg byes. So Singh, they're not going to go into his figures, but probably not quite the right line. He was angling down. Mukamala chases in vain. So it'll be a 9-run opening over to get things going. But yeah, the average score here, 145, and the highest we've ever seen, which is pretty remarkable really when you think about the fact New Zealand have played here, and we had Ireland and Scotland here for the Tri-Series in May, and the wickets are generally pretty good. 168. So if the Dutch can get up north of 160, expected score at the moment 170, they'll feel very confident of defending it with their bowling attack, as I'm delighted to welcome Vinny Sandhu, who's journeyed back from the middle to come and join me. Vinny, firstly, good afternoon. Great to be with you. Just one last dance for you and me together.
Yeah, it's a cracking day for it, isn't it?
Oh.
Really couldn't hope for anything better. We've got the beautiful view from our vantage point, the church in the background, the trees, a little bit hint of the agricultural as well. We were talking about that yesterday. And yeah, pretty positive start for the Netherlands. Yeah, 170. That would be the highest score we've ever seen on this ground in T20Is.
It is the most beautiful venue. It's kind of, on a day like today, it's probably easy for us to get across how beautiful it is, but it just kind of has a bit of everything. And if you walk through the trees, less than 5 minutes away is the village of Voorburg, where it almost feels like you're stepping back in time, doesn't it? Cobblestone streets.
It's beautiful.
And yeah, really, really special.
And of course, lots of waterways around. In fact, there's some really close to the ground. Sometimes we see the balls get wet, don't we? Here's Kenjige, who is going to open the bowling, same as he did yesterday. Had some early success. Levitt facing up over number 2. Levitt's been hitting the ball so well. There is a kind of floating long on out there, but they will pick up a couple. Yeah, USA obviously 168 yesterday. Mukamala was a bit of a revelation, wasn't he, at the top of the order. But ultimately, they just seemed to be able to stifle that Canadian chase when they needed to. Netherlands, of course, they've had a couple of days to sweat, haven't they, since they dropped their first game. This one's gotten away from the fielder. I think that will be a boundary. So Levitt has just had a brilliant series, leading run scorer across this T20 International Tri-Series, and he started in good form here today.
Yeah, that's very nicely played. Big bottom hand dominant player, isn't he? So that just comes through and whips across. I didn't think Canada played Kenjige particularly well yesterday. I thought they were well defensive against him. I thought they allowed him to bowl those 3 overs from that end in the power play, really without a shot in anger against him. Very few used their feet. I know he got hit for 1/6 down the ground, but apart from that, you can't allow a left arm spinner to bowl at you, and they've gone at him immediately here.
Levitt decides against the run this time. Yeah, I always feel like someone's in charge, either the batter or the bowler. So if the bowler's in charge, you aren't. Now, sometimes that's kind of out of your control, but starts are so important, aren't they? You could see both the Dutch openers trying to be really positive. Fantastic batting conditions here, I think. It's a good toss to win. Dropped. Hit it back at him, hit it very hard. Kenjige gets 2 hands to it, but grasses it.
That should have been taken. You might think that it's gone swiftly and he's just delivered the ball, but Kenjige is one of USA's best fielders. This is at a catchable height. It's about a shoulder height, and you have to hold on to that, particularly off Levitt.
Two fielders back on the leg side now. Levitt will have to settle for a single. It was one of those ones he decided to go kind of fingers pointed to the side, didn't really get the fingers up reverse cup. Where it reached him was above the shoulders, so it was just difficult for him to kind of go with it and kind of ride that extra height.
He didn't look to be ready. Yeah, and you might say, well, hold on, he just bowled the ball. Of course he's not ready. That's not true at all. It's something that you'll see, particularly up in franchise cricket and even in club cricket, you'll see when you're trying to practice this, you bowl to a coach.
Up and over the top from O'Dowd, and that will be another boundary. Just beats the fielder out there, Nitish Kumar. End of the over, 20 without loss.
Poor over, I've got to say, Vinny. It's a drag down. O'Dowd gets more than enough of it to get it up over the head of the mid-wicket fielder and gets it to run away for 4. But it's something you train for. So you can do this in your net sessions. You can actually stick your coach just to the the side of the stumps where they are, and he has a bat and he hits the ball at you as soon as you deliver it. And that's something you train for. It's something I've seen left-arm spinners in particular do, because they'll create so many chances off the right-handers. That was the points table there. Winner today, they take it all.
Winner takes all, you said it. I've even seen that done with tennis racket, tennis ball as well, just so that you can...
And it's a good way to do it, isn't it? Because you don't want to injure someone.
No, that's right.
Injure a bowler. You don't want to be smashing them back as a coach.
No, that's how, when I first saw it done, that's how I saw it done. It's almost a slips catching position you should be getting in. Most spinners will tell you, kind of that kind of leg slightly spread. Oh, miscued pull up in the air. Should be a simple catch. Yasir Mohammed into the side, into the action. And Levitt goes for 8. Big wicket for the USA after a less than satisfactory start. The Netherlands in game 6, 20 for 1.
Yeah, just one that might have got a little bit big on Levitt. You suspect if he's tried to cut this and gone with the angle of the ball, he might have got good reward. Instead, he's going across the line. That's a big wicket. Levitt with those broad shoulders never quite looked settled today, did he? And he's gone very quickly, 8 off 10. And you have to remember, we have concerns about this Dutch middle order. After Vikramjit Singh and Scotty Edwards, who's going to score the runs?
Chance for redemption as well, I suppose, if it comes to it. Yeah, Kenjagate first in there to give a round of high fives, as Levitt doesn't make them pay in the end. He wasn't really set. I know he's really strong on the pull, Levitt. He's played some belting pull shots in this series. But that time, top edge, game of small margins. He has to go, and Vikram Singh comes out at number 3, the stylish left-hander. O'Dowd as well. I'm sure he's keen to play an innings of substance here as well. And what is the biggest game of the series? It'll decide who ends up winning the Tri-Series. Yeah,
it feels like the biggest game of the tour to me, Vinny, and it's more by accident than design that we've kind of ended up with this grand finale. Sometimes in the Tri-Series you'll actually have a final on top at the end of it, but this is technically match 6 of the series, but it's really a straight shootout. Whoever wins today will be lifting the trophy at the end of the day. You would make the Dutch big favourites for a couple of reasons. One, they've just generally had the wood over USA. USA have never beaten them. But then secondly, Vinny, the fact that USA have to back up 2 days in a row, haven't seen anyone do that successfully yet. And even the Netherlands, who we thought were going to cruise to victory against Canada 2 days ago, that was up in Utrecht at Kampong. Despite having Canada 35 for 6, they somehow conspired to lose that game. Almost a sort of self-inflicted wound, and you felt that fatigue yesterday kind of in the latter stages for Canada again, didn't you? Even though they put on a good 4th wicket partnership, they just couldn't pull off that chase.
Couldn't keep up with the rate. Flicked away, and a long chase out there. Ball will win the race, and so Vikram Singh off the mark with a boundary.
He's pushed at this with very hard hands, Vinny. I'm not sure he's necessarily trying to get it that catchable a height. He's not trying to hit it over the fielder. He's probably more trying to roll his wrists in it and work it for a couple. So Singh just rushed him, but ends up getting it to the left of Madank Patel, who's the mid-wicket fielder. He's been in good catching positions in the outfield yesterday. Took a couple without the gloves on. Remember, Andreas House has the gloves for the last 2 games after Patel kept for the first 2 T20s.
Vikram will be relieved to get off the mark. 4-ball duck. Last time he batted against the USA. Of course, The Netherlands built 217 for 5. That was up at SV Kampong, so a different venue, but the highest score of the series by some distance. O'Dowd scored 28. Edwards 81 not out in that innings.
You know, O'Dowd has kind of been the go-to man. I think by his own admission, he's been a little scratchy. Maybe not in his very best form, but he's been the run machine. He just keeps finding a way to score runs. Now he picked up a duck in his last innings, Vinny, but you look at his numbers through the ODI, 79 not out, 49, 18, 77, and then 23 and 28 to start the T20I series. There's almost extra pressure on him, isn't there? Because if Levitt comes off at the top, Levitt's kind of given free rein. Levitt's given this freedom to go and do whatever he wants in the power play. Sometimes he'll get out cheaply like he did today. Other times when he comes off, he'll strike at more than 200. And it's not Levitt putting pressure on O'Dowd, it's the lower middle order putting pressure on O'Dowd. You might say, well, hold on, they're not batting with O'Dowd. But O'Dowd's acutely aware of what there is to come.
Not a bad over there. And at the end of 3, it's 26 for 1. Hello to all our viewers watching on Willow TV, of course, in North America. And I'm sure we still retained a few Canadian viewers as well as everyone watching on ECN European Cricket Network all around the world on YouTube. And, of course, fan code in the Indian subcontinent. That's the story so far. Well, it's turned into a pretty even start now, I think. Good over that one from Justeep. 6 runs off it. Does pick up the big wicket of Michael Levitt. Looks like they will go back to Kenjige here. Despite that first over not being his best, a couple of boundaries in it, went for 11.
This might be an over to target, particularly for Vikramjit Singh. Getting the left-hand batting option into the left-arm spinner matchup. I don't think he's been at his best on this tour. Kenjige, he's a fine bowler. He's been used in occasionally some strange ways. A couple of the ODIs, he didn't bowl much.
No doubt there. He's done this a fair bit, hasn't he? Backed away, and at time Kenjige successfully follows him.
But for me, the ball isn't coming out with the same kind of zip and flight that it does when Kenjige's at his best. Sometimes you go through these phases as spinners.
No doubt, sweeps and sweeps well. That time Kenjige fell for the old 3-card trick, tried to cramp him again, but Max jumped across, sweeps it into what's quite a healthy crowd for a Wednesday here in Voorburg.
Yeah, and I think that will grow and grow, Vinny. But look at this. It's a nothing delivery. There's no turn on it. It's not even really drifting in. It's just angling in. I don't think the ball's coming out particularly nicely for Nosh Kenjige right now. It's very difficult to put your finger on it sometimes as a spinner as well.
Oh, misses this. Goes between the body and the stumps. Tight one. I'll get through. That might be a bye, actually. Wait for the signal for the umpire. It is a bye.
This is kept horribly low, isn't it? This is one thing Kenjige does do well, because he doesn't have a particularly high arm release point. But that's going to concern USA in terms of their chase. You have to remember the ODIs that were played here were all I think one of the 3 was played on this surface. Then we've had the T20 yesterday. It's very hot, it's very warm. I think this is going to take more and more turn as the day goes on, and maybe just keep a bit slower and a bit lower. There's definitely a way to score runs, but will America be able to chase 160 plus if the Dutch get there?
Vikram gets his first taste of Kenjige, knocks it down the ground for 1. Of course, this isn't one of the hybrid pitches. There are some hybrid pitches out in this square at Voorburg Cricket Club. You were saying Canada didn't agree to play on hybrids. Of course, has to be agreed to by all countries involved. So, this pitch, I think it looks a pretty good batting surface. That first one that kept down there from Kenjige, maybe it's just a bit of natural variation. You've got the new ball, occasionally will just slide on, skid on, occasionally hit the seam in a funny way. But yeah, we'll just keep an eye on that as this innings goes along. O'Dowd once again skips to the leg, clips a 1, end of the over. Kenjige goes for a boundary, there's a bye, and a couple of singles in the 4th over. It's 33 for 1.
Honours even, Vinny. Very much nip and tuck thus far. One of the big factors, if you look at how well Harmeet Singh has bowled in this series, are his 4 overs. Can't look at those if you're a Dutch captain, if you're Scotty Edwards, or if you're the 2 batters in the middle now and go, we're going to get more than 24 or 30 off those at best. Even the most expensive spell he bowled in this series, the 4 overs, none for 32, everyone else was going the distance around him, and he bowled the 4 toughest overs consecutively. So how they use him is going to be fascinating. Will Patel use him aggressively and get him on in the 7th over after 2 more overs of the power play? Or will he hold him back and try use his trump card at the death? He hasn't taken many wickets. I think he feels as though he's been really unlucky with a couple of the decisions that haven't gone his way. But he's just bowled so brilliantly, and I think on a surface that is likely to help the slower bowlers, his 4 overs could be critical in terms of the outcome of this match as Van Schalkwyk comes into the attack.
Starts with a pretty full one, just straying a little bit towards the legs. There's another extra. It's been a few of them so far in this innings. Yeah, Shadley, I thought, bowled really well yesterday. Just kind of consistently wore down the Canadian batting lineup. Didn't really have the answers. Bowled one side of the wicket, threw in the odd variation, but seemed to be in control of his game.
Yeah, and one thing he's done incredibly well, I know he's been expensive at points of this tour, there's no doubt, but he's taken wickets in every game bar one. And he's actually been ever present in the side. So he's one of the few bowlers to have played all 8 games for USA.
Picks it up and over mid-on. That's a good strike from Vikram for runs.
Problem is, he's no more than military medium. And I don't think he's going to be getting any quicker at the age of 36. So if you're identifying which bowler to have a go at in the American lineup, when you're doing your matchups last night, all the analysis work that the Dutch team will have done under Ryan Cook and Ryan van Niekerk and Heino Kuhn, their coaching team, you would just imagine that they're identifying, okay, we've got to go with those 4 overs of Van Schalkwyk, and that's one of the reasons he actually takes wickets as well. Often the batters are coming at him, but he held his nerve really well yesterday evening. I thought, you're spot on.
It's that whole bowling in partnerships thing, isn't it? And we tend to think of it in longer forms of the game as 2 bowlers building up pressure, but really it's all 5 bowlers or minimum 5 bowlers that are kind of dependent on each other to restrict and make it difficult, make it more risky to target a bowler like Van Schalkwyk.
Yeah, I think these last 9 deliveries of the power play, we're going to see more aggression from the Dutch.
Slow ball, a little bit short and whacked away, and that will run away for another boundary. So Vikram Singh, we picked that one, no problems. Probably wasn't the line that Van Schalkwyk was hoping for. Pounced on by Vikram Singh.
How good does he look, Vinny? He is such a prodigious talent. It's hard to explain how high his ceiling could be, and every time we get to commentate on him, I have to remind myself he's just 21.
Yeah.
But he's played so much international cricket already. And sometimes we're a little critical of him, and understandably so, as somebody who has all this talent but doesn't quite have the output that we think he should have. But I think you need to remember he's 21 within all of that. Okay, he has played, this is his 58th official international ODI or T20I for the Dutch today. He's only averaging 15 in this format. He's a significantly better player than that.
He's got plenty of time ahead of him to push that average up. Last ball, the 5th. Actually, well, won't be the last ball, the 5th. You see Van Schalkwyk not too happy.
Better record in ODI cricket for Singh, but there's definitely been signs, particularly with that 20-ball 50 that he made, his first T20I 50 earlier in the series, that he's added a lot of power to his game. He's broad-shouldered, he's tall, he's very strong. He's totally cricket obsessed as well, and well, the world's at his feet, Vinny, I've got to say.
Right now, he's going to be gone. Well, that ball was at his feet and he's dragged that out. He cannot believe it, Vikramjit Singh. But he just clunks this one down towards the bottom of the bat. It never touches the ground from the moment it leaves the bowler's hand. So Vikram once again looks good, but can't make a difference on the scoreboard. Out for 14. And at this 5-over stroke, it's 43 for 2.
And just as we're talking about it, he finds a way to get out. He keeps finding a way to do this, doesn't he? That was into the block hole. He's dragged it from, well, what, outside off stump line or an off stump line. Rather than hammering it through the covers through one of his favourite areas, he tried to take the aggressive route. I think he easily could have allowed the top hand to come through that, smashed it through the offside. Manak Patel, he's a brilliant outfielder, I have to say, for someone who's known primarily as a keeper. That's a big, big wicket. Stifles the momentum hugely. It's 43 for 2.
Yeah, there's the state of play. And you can see when these two teams met on Sunday, it was a very one-sided affair. Netherlands 217 defeating USA 115. And since then, the Netherlands went down to Canada in match 4. USA stayed alive in the series with a win over the same team yesterday. And so Netherlands with 4 points, USA with 3 heading into this deciding game. 2 points for the win. And whoever wins the game also wins the tri-series. Yeah, that was a funny one from Vikram, wasn't it? In that he could have pretty much hit it anywhere from kind of the covers to straight to, I suppose, to clipping away to the leg side, which is what he tried to do. But yeah, little things make a big difference in cricket, and fortunately he pays the price with his wicket. Kenchige will get a third over here. Scott Edwards, the captain, comes to the crease to join Max O'Dowd. These two, always love seeing them bat together. I'll tell you why in a second. See if Kenchige can get it right.
Well, this, despite the loss of that wicket, Vinny, this has to be an over to go at. Bowling 3 on the bounce in the power play.
And a streaky one for Max. Runs away. His outfield's quickened up even more, I think, compared to yesterday. They almost get 3, but they'll have to settle for 2. Yeah, when I see these two batters together, Scotty Edwards and Max O'Dowd, always takes us back to our origins on ECN in 2019 when they were playing for VOC Rotterdam and won the ECL. Just really proud of where they've gone since then.
Yeah, made the move across now to SV Kampong, playing in Utrecht, and it was actually a bit of a controversial move in Dutch cricket, because the captain and vice captain of the country dropping down to play in the Hoofdklasse of the 2nd division, or Hoofdklasse, I'm going to get my Dutch pronunciations correct.
I thought you said it pretty well.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm not a great judge.
Yeah, and so, but what they've done now, the litmus test is going to be, will they get promoted? They're top of the league, but because of the way it works, it's kind of an IPL style
one-off
playoff
to decide.
Yeah, they'll have 2 chances to get to the grand final, so they should win at least one of those, but then they've got to win that grand final in mid-September. What that would do is get Kampong back into the top class and get that fantastic pitch back into the top classes. So I think ultimately it would be a great service to Dutch cricket if they could get promoted. And of course, they're great pals too. They live together.
They are, yeah. And well, we know we had their housemate, well, their regular housemate with us earlier in the series in the commentary box, Corey. Edwards pushes, gets it through the offside. Long chase there, and pretty good chase actually from Van Schaikbeek. And they'll come back for a comfortable 3. Promising start from Scott Edwards.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that's a clean piece of work, an excellent athletic piece of work. And it's a run saved.
2 balls left in the power play then. See how aggressive O'Dowd wants to be to Kenchige. He's had a good look at him now. Happy to stroke this away, but times it pretty well. That's running away, and that time it's going to be 4. Well, poor Shadley is on the beat test at the moment.
An absolute nightmare as a fielder. You've just gone through the absolute mixer in a hot day. Chased one down, 50 yards, got your body on the line, got the dive in, had to get up and throw it, and it's almost the exact same again, apart from this time the ball wins the race. This, for me, it's definitely an over too many. That was the ball before when he saved it. This time it ran out and went for 4, and he will be absolutely pumping right now.
With all due respect to Shadley, I think he was slowing down quicker than the ball was on the second one as he tried to leg it out, but O'Dowd will get 4. 50's up for Netherlands as well. Last ball of the power play coming up. Good push here. But they'll have to settle for 1, and a pretty interesting power play. Netherlands are 54 for 2. I love that Andrew File, who's part of the Kampong club, hello to you, Andrew, says that Max and Scott are affectionately known as Batman and Robin in Kampong circles. I like that. Don't know how much Scott would like being Robin, if I'm to be completely honest.
Who's the Batman and who's the Robin?
I assume because he put it in that order, he said Max and Scott are known as Batman and Robin.
So, hold on, the captain of the country's Robin?
Yeah, but just look at him.
Can't be buying that.
Get him side by side.
Can't be buying that.
Well, I remember Scotty Edwards. The nickname I heard from him a while ago was called The Creature, because I heard that anatomically he's a little bit unusual.
And Shadley Van Schalkwijk's got a good nickname, Shadow. She loves great little crowd in. I think it will build up. Might not be quite as big as we saw here in May, because the 800 or 900 we got in for that Ireland game was on a weekend. But with a Wednesday afternoon start and hopefully some half days for the school kids, we might see some of those beautiful scenes that we saw up in Utrecht. Yasser Mohammed into the attack.
Not right off the middle, but it will be a single. Yasser comes into the side today, so USA obviously feeling they wanted to play that extra spinner.
Yeah, and look, I think there's an element to the extra spinner, and also I hope an element of backing youth. It's been a great shame. One of the great shames of this tour has been that Utkar Shrivastava, 17 years of age, would have been, again, Peter Delapen will correct me, I think the second youngest in the history of American cricket to play a full international for the senior men's team. Didn't get a game. And I thought there was surely a way in one of the matches to get him in. And sadly, he didn't get a game. But they have gone to Yasser Mohammed, who's still very young. I think he's worked a lot on his strength and conditioning. Ball in his leg breaks at good pace. And I think he's got rich potential. Just like Saiteja Mukamala, USA Cricket would be wise to invest in these two youngsters and give them as many opportunities as they can. And hopefully, Shrivastava's time will come. You have to remember he does have another Under-19s World Cup. So I don't know, was it always the plan maybe just to give him the tour's experience being around the senior group?
You see that sometimes, not so much these days because of the amount of tours and the sheer amount of cricket being played. You don't often see somebody tour and not play, but I know there was kind of a time where someone would come almost as a development player and just watch, observe, get involved, see what's required at this level.
And countries at the leading associate level often do that, but they name them as travelling reserves. So Nepal do that an awful lot. Oman quite often do it too. And it's a good way to get people, you know, in and around the group, understanding the culture of the team, understanding what it takes to be at the next level. But Shrivastava was picked on merit. And add into that, Vinny, that Stephen Taylor got injured in that final ODI and hasn't played since. And by all accounts was never going to be able to play since. It's a reasonably serious knee injury that he endured. So we see a few dogs at the cricket. You can't beat those. So that's taking the 15-player squad to 14. And then he was in both squads, ODI and T20I, and I just think it's a missed opportunity to give him a cap. I'm not one for giving away caps, but if he's good enough to be picked in the squad, you know, you almost damage their confidence by not picking them at any point.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with that. I mean, we've seen some debuts made this week already. In a way, that has its sense of pressure as well. If you haven't been fixed so long into the tour, and then finally you get a chance knowing you might only have one. Obviously, Mukamala's got a couple, took the first with both hands yesterday, and we saw an unfortunate one for Kanwapul Tatgur of Canada run out in his first match, and now he's on the plane home. 7 overs in, and Harmeet Singh, the left-arm spinner, to bowl for the first time. Max gives up his stumps there and almost loses his off-peg.
But immediately look at the turn. And the difference in trajectory and the amount of side spin and revolutions that Harmeet Singh gets on the ball compared to Nosh Kenjagate, really different style. And even though they're both left-arm spinners, they bowl a completely different pace, a completely different trajectory, a different angle. They pose completely different threats. I have to say, Harmeet Singh's numbers haven't shown how good he's been on this tour. He's a world-class bowler.
I think Harmeet's got quite an interesting action because... I'll get back for 2 here. That's very good running from these two. They have a good understanding. You imagine they should by this point. Doesn't have a lot of front arm, does he, in his action? Just mostly that right arm, the left arm, I should say, the bowling arm that swings over.
The back foot drives the key though, Vinny. Look at all the propulsion that is given by that back foot. It's actually incredible the position it comes from the absolute 180 degree, and all that drive, it's getting energy and revolutions into the action and therefore onto the ball, even when it doesn't necessarily turn as much as he'd like. There's always something happening, and as a consequence he's a nightmare to play against, whatever the format. I thought he took a little while to adjust to the ODIs. He said he's barely played 50 over cricket in a long time because there's been such a T20 focus domestically within the United States, but he really loves that format. But I can't see him going for more than 20 or 25 here, and these will be 4 very important overs. He'd just love to add some numbers to that wickets column that he hasn't been getting.
He's just good at putting the stumps in play, isn't he? There's a lot of balls that would hit the stumps. There's a force to hit him. They know one mistake and it could all be over. We know that Scotty Edwards loves to sweep. Some talk about Scott Edwards 2.0. A bit more in front of the wicket, but almost lose the off stump here. What a great over that is from Hamid. He's settled in nicely, 8 overs down. Netherlands 60 for 2.
And he's always at you. Now, what's this hit? It's going to be difficult from the reverse angle. It's kind of inside edge, is it?
I'm not even convinced he hit anything. I thought I heard a bit of a sound, but I don't think we really got the evidence to be conclusive. But I think, just skidded through. Maybe a bit close for pace. Certainly wasn't the kind of reaction that it was an edge or a missed opportunity. But 60 for 2 after 8, so 7.5 and over. That's kind of 150 pace. See what the computer is thinking when it kicks back in. It's thinking Netherlands 160 from here. Yasser to continue. Gone. And so Max Edwards makes the start, won't go on with it. Monak Patel, with the balls following him everywhere since he's ditched the gloves. He chips in with another catch, a wicket for Yasser, and it's 60 for 3.
He's a really good catcher, isn't he? Both of these chances he's made look easy. That's gone very swiftly to him. O'Dowd, well, we spoke yesterday about agricultural strokes and agricultural ones maybe sometimes taking a chunk out of the surface. That's what O'Dowd's done here. It's not an agricultural shot that he's attempted though, but his bat has jarred in the turf. It's very, very full, isn't it? And he is the latest to fall. The Dutch are in trouble here. I think they're in real trouble, particularly when you look at what's to come. Scott Edwards is going to need something special. We'll see Zach Lyon-Cachet to the crease. You can see there he's taken a decent hack out of the pitch, hasn't he? It was almost the block hole length. Yasser Mohammed has a well-deserved wicket. Great to see him in the wickets for USA. And the Dutch, they're not just wobbling here. I think they're in trouble.
Yeah, big frustration for Max there. I mean, there's only one fielder in that area, and there's a lot of space either side of Monak Patel, but he just picked him out. Lyon-Cachet hasn't probably quite made the start he would have hoped for with the bat. We talked about this middle order. Now's the time, I think, for them to put up and answer the critics. They couldn't really go at the pace required the other day against Canada. Of course, the captain's still there at the crease, Scott Edwards, but Lyon-Cachet with a golden opportunity to make an impact.
It says 50-50 right now, the algorithm, the supercomputer that the European Cricket Network has that tries to give you a sense as to who's ahead. It could well end up being that close, but I would certainly say that USA are the happier of the two sides right now.
They've certainly improved from the start. They were 36% at the first ball, so obviously it does mean they have the better of the start. There's still plenty of cricket to play. Canada 2 days ago, 35 for 6 before batting themselves out of a hole and ultimately coming up with the win against the Netherlands.
Their bowling and their fielding bailed them out twice in ODIs against this same opposition. The Dutch can't rely on that every time. The batters have to come to the party, and the problem has been outside of that player of the match effort, the career best from Scotty Edwards and that blazing innings from Levitt and consistent runs from O'Dowd. There was a 52 for Singh. There has not been consistent enough runs, Vinny, particularly from the lower middle order. And even when Lyon-Cachet, Kroos And then Ryan Klein, who retains his place at number 7, he must be under some pressure. Even when they had the opportunity to get over the line in not that difficult a task, it's sort of 7-8 and over required against Canada, they couldn't get it done. So I think right now there's a very concerned looking Dutch camp. And if they can't at least get up to the expected score of 150, they're going to yet again need something miraculous from their bowlers and fielders. They could do it, but it's not a great template to continue to win cricket matches. And even though they've been so good this entire series, the ODI and T20I series, there's been signs that it's been coming. We've gone on and on again and again about this weak underbelly. Ryan Klein's in the team as a batter. He can't bowl at the moment. His highest score before 2 days ago was 11. Noah Kroos is a talented touch player. He'll work it around for 1s and 2s. I'm not sure where his boundary options are. So this Edwards 2.0 we were talking about being able to clear the ropes and find boundaries much more easily, it has to come to the party. If it doesn't, and the Dutch get 130, 140, it's going to take a quite brilliant bowling and fielding performance to win.
Yeah, expert comments there. Andrew Leonard. Hamid comes back. The other thing is, talking about the Netherlands maybe having a soft underbelly, the USA, they've had some positions they've been in, winning positions against the Netherlands, but they haven't beaten them yet on this tour.
And they've never beaten them full stop. And that's it's an incredible stat, isn't it?
There's the sweep from Edwards. He picks out the fielder.
And that dates all the way back to the first time the two sides met. I think it was the ICC Trophy in 1979. It's not just ODIs and T20Is, it's any official, formal, senior international between the two sides. And you do get into these funny patterns, don't you? You see USA absolutely of the wood on Canada at the moment. They made it, 9-0 now in T20s and ODIs, that streak. And these overs of Harmeet Singh are only further twisting and turning the knife. Slight change in the field for Lion Cachet. The mid-wicket comes in. He's very close, Yasser Mohammed. And Harmeet Singh wants the man at short third. Mukamala just a little bit squarer too.
Tries to sweep Lion Cachet, but doesn't get it. He's been very miserly here, hasn't he, Harmeet? Talked about the fact maybe he hasn't gotten the wickets column as often as he would have liked, but he's also kind of set up wickets for other bowlers because of his ability to restrict. He's conceded only 4 off 9 balls bowled at the moment. As USA take the lead in this game. Another dot ball.
Yeah, big pressure. I love the identification of Zach Lion Cachet as maybe a solution for them, but hasn't really shown anything with the bat yet to indicate he's ready for this step up. I think he just played the one game for the, or a few games for the Sussex senior sides, played a lot of Sussex second 11 stuff. There's pressure on him here, it's building. 2 off 5, 7 off 11, the two batters.
Ties him up. Just can't quite time him up at the moment, can they, the Netherlands? And once again, a very tight over, and we're starting to build a little bit of a boundaryless streak. Remember, they went 70 balls without a boundary the other day. Right now, that's 30.
Well, that was a full toss. He's got to put that away, or at least get a couple. He's got a scrambled brain here right now. He doesn't know to come forward, to go back. He doesn't know exactly what to do, and the pressure is building up. USA are definitely ahead now, halfway stage of the first innings, 65 for 3.
It is under here, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Leonard, and look, we've got a beautiful Dutch black top. Well, you know, you can wear those sunglasses.
It's that bright.
You might need to, because I'm going to say thanks to everyone from the KNCB here for our backdrop today at VCC. Hope you've enjoyed this series. Obviously, we're really excited to be able to do more cricket of this calibre, I think. For ECN, it's huge, and I want to say a warm welcome to everyone watching from North America on Willow TV, as well as everyone watching on ECN on YouTube, and of course Fancode in the Indian subcontinent. The hosts on the back foot so far in match 6.
I think they're in big trouble. I think they're going to have to not just double this score, but probably look for 85 off the last 10. Well, that's going to help. This could be a no ball. Oh, I thought it was. Have a look from side on, maybe because he's dipping.
I still think that's high. I mean, he hits a
shoulder.
shoulder.
That's a no ball.
He hits a shoulder. Yeah, that is quite a big no. It means this would have been a free hit. As it is hit. Out to deep cover for 1.
really gets away with one there, Yasser Mohammed.
And it wasn't a pace off kind of loopy delivery.
No.
It was kind of pushed through. It wasn't really going to come down a lot further than that. Yasser being brought in as an extra spinner, but remember Jones yesterday as well. He was fantastic, Aaron Jones, when he came on. I wonder if he's in the plans of the captain, Monak Patel.
To be honest, Vinny, the way the Dutch have played spin, I know Edwards is a great player of spin and he finds a way to score it, 100 plus strike rate, even in ODIs off them without too much risk. He ramps, he scoops, he reverses. But nobody else has really looked like hitting boundaries. And there was a big conflab, wasn't there? A huge meeting after that defeat to Canada. And that meeting was with the head coach and the captain, and then the three that we're talking about that are under pressure in the middle order. Zach Lyon-Cachet was at the crease, Noah Kroos, and Ryan Klein. Kroos and Klein put on a partnership. The problem was, 70 balls without a boundary. And you didn't have to be a mind reader to work out the discussion was, guys, hard luck, well done, you tried your best, but we have to have a different approach. You have to be more attacking in those middle overs. And I'm not sure where the boundaries are coming from here, Vinny. They're on track maybe to get 140 here. And I'm not sure 140 is enough.
Well, you need someone to come out and have a heater. And often when we saw yesterday, Bargewa is a good example, someone that came out, had a good start. Right now, this is up into the gap. Will fall safely, they'll get a couple, but yeah, someone's got to come out and have a good start and kind of get a roll on. Seems like people are having to battle back from tough positions. They like this 6 off 10 for Zach Lyon-Cachet, like the 10 off 14 for Scott Edwards, and I suppose that's not an easy thing to do. End of 11 overs and the score 72 for 3. Winner of this game will win the trophy. Either Netherlands wins and goes to 6 points, or the USA win and go to 5. No result isn't really on the table due to the cloudless sky and beautiful balmy weather we've got here.
These are the days as September rolls in, if you're in the Northern Hemisphere and you play your cricket up in Northern Europe, in particular in Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands, England. These are the days that you just go, oh, they're going to go soon, aren't they? This is what you sacrifice for. This is what you train for. This is what you give up your weekends for, your music festivals for. Days like this, where you go, there's nowhere else in the world I'd rather be right now than playing cricket.
Well, that could be gone. Umpire says yes. A little bit of turn there for Harmeet. Grabs the outside edge of Edwards and he's caught behind. So Harmeet does get in the wickets column and the Dutch lose their skipper. It's 72 for 4.
Took a little while to give this, didn't he? Harmeet barely appealed because he was so convinced. Does look like there's an edge and he has to look back in the end. Rizwan Akram gets the finger up. Scott Edwards never looked comfortable against Harmeet Singh, did he? And the talk of Edwards 2.0, that new aggressive, dynamic role, scoring at a strike rate of 200. He'll have to go on as a little bit of a wait, a bit longer. And look at this. It's a big, big wild card the Dutch are pulling. I'm not surprised by this at all because they are not finding anyone who's finding boundaries in the middle. So they're going to go to Aryan Dutt, who's known as a bit of a power hitter. Harmeet Singh was all over Edwards, Vinny, just too good for him. So Dutt promoted up the order. A little bit like Harmeet Singh was yesterday, up to number 4. Dutt's going to come up to number 6, listed as number 9 on our team sheet. I think he'll be given one task only, and that's to try and hit some boundaries straight down the ground.
Well, just like we said, someone needs to get in, take a few risks early, be attacking early, see if it comes off. It's just a real pattern of batters being less than run a ball at the 10 ball mark, and then if they don't go on with it, and most haven't, then the kind of the cycle repeats, doesn't it? Someone else comes in, does the same. That's why they find themselves going at slightly less than 6.5 runs and over here. Aryan Dutt, a very talented spinner, being used here as a pinch hitter might be overstating it, but he's certainly been sent out there to play a few shots, try and shake this up.
Big, big trouble, and it's trouble brewing in paradise for the Netherlands.
Dutt gets called through, could be trouble at the bowler's end, and that's going to be a wicket. It's first ball duck for Dutt, and everything going pear-shaped for the hosts. got called through by Leon Cachet there. Dutt didn't get a great start. The throw went to the bowler and the bails were off in a flash. 72 for 5.
I'm not sure the Dutch can come back from this. This game is going inexorably in their direction. It's the hesitation, the mix-up that has proved so costly. Dutt got the dive in. This will be the angle that will help tell us. Akram got into a great position. The throw wasn't the best. And look at how close this is, but another brilliant decision. He's only out by what? Oh, a matter of 9 inches, if that. But Rizwan Akram gets it right again. The decision to get Dutt up the order doesn't work. Noah Kroos will come to the crease. The Dutch in disarray, Vinny.
Wow, that's worst case scenario, really. I mean, you might argue, okay, you've used your number 9, but that wasn't the way it was meant to go. Golden Derek shines in the afternoon sun. It was very well done, wasn't it, by Harmeet to get back, because he was in his follow-through. He had to kind of circle back around and take it on the fly, and it was awkward. It was kind of above his head, but he gets behind the stumps, actually buys himself a crucial extra metre or two. It's a bit of a trend towards catching in front of the stumps. That's what the umpire sees in real time. And I think it's a fantastic decision. It's a wonderfully executed piece of fielding for the United States of America, and the hosts are in some trouble now.
Going to be Lion Cachet on strike. Noah Kroos, the new man to the crease at the non-strikers end. Mukamala was the fielder. If you're wondering why there's hesitation and a mix-up, backward point is almost always the one that creates that, Vinny. The reason why, both batters think it's their call.
Yeah.
So the man at the non-strikers end thinks he should call the batter through. And the man who's on strike is going, hold on, well, I can see it better than you. It's almost always the place, the one position on the field where a little bit of confusion kicks in, and it was just that hesitation that cost Dutt his wicket. If he ran straight away, he'd have got home, particularly with the throw being a little bit high. But instead, that confusion, it caused chaos. It's brought about a second wicket of the over. Harmeet Singh is absolutely wreaking havoc here in these middle overs.
Oh, he's gone. It's going to be stumped, and Leon Cachet's going to have to go, and this is a real collapse now. Harmeet, well, he's certainly making up for lost time. 2 wickets and a run out in the over. And disaster for the Netherlands. Quick work by House behind the stump. 72 for 6.
Well, it's the spell of the tour, Vinny, is what it is. It's unplayable, and look at that. Oh, it's like taking candy from a baby. It's that easy for Harmeet Singh. He has deceived the batter with a bit of drift, a bit of dip, and then enough turn to beat the outside edge. That's the kind of stumping that any keeper dreams of. Andries House whips the bails off in a flash. And this Dutch disarray, it's going to continue. Look at the way it angles in, drifts, and then the dip is the key. The dip's quite late, goes away from the outside edge. I have to say that's a tame dismissal. And for Zach Lion Cachet, well, it's been a real baptism of fire in the international game. That 140 looks a long way away.
Got to give credit to the bowler, though. It's the dream dismissal, isn't it? Just draws him forward into an error. Actually seeing a bit of turn here. We thought we might see it. Mackenzie Gay early, wasn't getting too much, but he's not really known for that. You can see there, just draws him into an error. Zach knows he's in trouble straight away. Cursory look to the umpire, but not even close, really. Just going back to the run out of Dutt. Yeah, that backward point area. Technically, it's the non-striker's call, but the striker's probably got a better idea of where it is in relation to the fielder, and that's why it is an area that can cause some problems. Probably I think was on Leon Cachet the way he took off, and made things pretty tough for his partner, who was flat-footed. Here's Ryan Klein, who will certainly want to make good. Batting at number 8 in this innings, was batting at 7 earlier in the innings, but he is essentially playing as a batter.
Yeah, specialist number 8 batter, the 27-year-old, his birthday just a couple of months ago in June, into his 6th T20I. Career best he made the other day was 22. He's averaging 6 in ODI cricket, 11 in T20I cricket, and look at USA on the attack, 2 slips in place.
Right on the money from Harmeet, but Klein does get a single, and, well, some spell, isn't it, from Harmeet? He's got 2 for 5. Still an over in the bank. Netherlands, 73 for 6.
Well, what Canada did well yesterday against Harmeet Singh was knock his 4 overs around, none for 20. I think with the level of his bowling at the moment against the other associates on helpful surfaces, I think that's what you have to do. You almost need to treat him as the kind of Rashid Khan of the attack. You need to treat him as the point of difference and say, we're not going to be able to take him down. Unless you've got a power left-hander at the crease, maybe someone like Nicholas Curtin could have a go at him. But ultimately, he's proved too good for the Dutch. This game, well, it's swung so heavily towards the USA now, we might be about to witness a piece of history. You have to remember, the USA have never beaten the Dutch in any men's international. And you'd have to, well, I don't know how the Dutch are coming back into this from here.
Well, I will say 73 for 6 is a bit prettier than 35 for 6, which we saw a couple of days ago. And we saw a team win a game from there. So it's not counting them out yet. But who's going to step up? Who's going to kind of defy their previous form? Who's going to defy the numbers to play a memorable innings? Remember, we saw a counter-attack from Tim Pringle in the lower order when I was here last time. That was Netherlands against Ireland. Kenjige is going to continue with some more left-arm spin. He's going to bowl out from this bottom end.
And I don't think there's anything in the pitch to suggest that it's a 73 for 6 surface. It's probably not a paradise. It's not a 180, a 200. It's not what we saw for the first couple of games up in Utrecht. But it's a fine batting surface. It, if anything, keeps a little slow and a little low. You might want to readjust your sights to look at 160 instead of, you know, thinking 200 right from the off, depending upon how your power play goes. But remember USA yesterday, they were 90 after 10.
Now Crows faces his first ball. I think what it is, though, they've attacked the stumps so much, haven't they? They've angled in, speared so many balls that they've challenged the stumps that you need to play it fairly technically correctly to keep it out. If you don't, if you're trying to sweep, reverse sweep, and these things that you might want to try, there are big risks that, at the moment, I feel like the downside of those risks make it not worth a shot.
But within that, Vinny, and I'm not taking away from how well America bowled, particularly Harmeet Singh. Sensational stuff from him. Look at the difference with the other left-arm spinner. Kenjige, who's gone for 30 with 3 deliveries left. There's been just some poor approach from the Dutch batters. They haven't known, I don't think they've known where their scoring areas are. They're not sure where their boundary options are. They haven't really assessed who they're going to attack in this innings. Maybe they looked at going at Kenjige for the 3rd and the 5th of the power play, which is a good option. But the problem is, if I was Manik Patel right now, I'd be telling Aaron Jones, warm up. You can have a bowl for overs 15 and 17. Like, even a shot like that, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's a single, and it's a single at best. There's 2 men out there to protect the sweep. The only runs they're going to get are going to come off Van Schalkwyk and Jesse Singh. I'd be using them as sparingly as I absolutely could if I was Manik Patel. And I'd be saying to my vice captain, you'll have a trundle again today.
Stick with the winning formula. Soft hands here. Tight single, but they will get it. That'll be the end of the over. Kenjige bowls out, none for 33 for him. And the Netherlands are 78 for 6. Bowling options there. Van Schalkwyk. He did pick up a wicket, didn't he? But I kind of take your point there. And Jassie's had an expensive couple of days, although bowled a good first set. 1 for 11 off his 2 overs. But yeah, I agree. I think Jones, he's someone you have to use, considering how well he bowled yesterday. He's kind of, I suppose you had to compare him to a bowler that we've seen so far, the Yasser Mohammed kind of mould. Yeah, actually can see Jones warming up right now, either having been told, get ready, or he's trying to drop a not-so-subtle hint to Manik Patel.
Yeah, with Kenjige bowled out, I would 100% be turning to Jones. And equally, if you're the Netherlands, you have to have a crack at him. Even if you're bowled out for 90 in the attempt to get 140, you have to target him and say, right, we're probably not going to get many from this Harmeet Singh over. Let's try and get 4 or 5 singles. And then let's just have a go at Jones. Let's try pump him down the ground. We know he bowls slowly through the air. Let's charge at him. Let's upset him right from the off. Because if you don't do that, I think you're in danger of, well, limping up to 110 or 120. And is that going to be enough?
Wouldn't think so, but one team can do it, the other team can do it. Interestingly, we had a poll of the viewers before the game started, and 2 in 3 were favouring the Netherlands, but I bet if you ask them again now, it'd be the other way around. 70-30 USA, according to Supercomputer. Another ball gets through.
Another thing to remember, Vinny, here is the Dutch strength, without doubt, has been their seam bowling throughout this tour. Arjen Duts bowled well at phases of the ODIs in particular, and Daniel Dorham's had a good impact coming into the team in the T20s.
He takes on the reverse, and it's going to cost him his wicket. So Crows, I don't know if he thinks he might have got an edge on that. Umpire says there's not. And how about Hamid? He's got 3 now, and the Netherlands fall further into the mire. 79 for 7.
Well, close to unplayable here. I think that Kroos reckons he's hit this, but we're not going to be able to tell you. There's absolutely nothing we can do to tell you. We've got the reverse angle only. The line looked good. We can't tell you much else than that. Noah Kroos doesn't look best pleased, and neither do the Dutch. They are, well, slip sliding down a hill here to what looks like back-to-back defeats, Vinny. What looks like almost snatching defeat from the jaws of victory at this tri-series.
Kyle Klein will come in. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what I said. Attacking the stumps all the time. See how close this is to the bat from this angle. I mean, it hits the ground as it passes the bat. So it's going to be a really tough one. If there is a little scratch, I mean, there's the noise of the ball bouncing. It looks like the bat kind of hits the ground as well. So there's a lot going on. But at the end of the day, the umpire, he saw nothing but ball hitting pad. And if there wasn't an edge, it was dead as a dinner. Kyle Klein then joins his brother. 79 for 7. Still think, you know, there's scope for someone to play a heater and maybe lift them up 130, 140, something like that, but hasn't looked likely so far.
Yeah, but look at all the quality, Vinny, within the American batting lineup, and they have that extra batter in with Mukamala up at the top. Oh, the Dutch are looking in real trouble here, Vin. I have to say, I'm not sure how they're turning this around. 2 slips in place. Mukamala and Jones. Harmeet Singh.
Oh, wow. What a shot from Kyle Klein. First up, premeditated paddle. He was almost up the creek without one, wasn't he? But he will get 2 to start.
Well, this is remarkable, isn't it? He's just dangled the bat out there. It could have gone anywhere. It could have looped up to first slip, second slip. Instead, it almost is like a periscope. Goes up over the head of the keeper to get a couple of runs for Kyle Klein, the younger brother. Look at all the Dutch fans in the background. They look fiercely concerned, and understandably so.
The line between courage and foolishness sometimes is a little bit blurry, and it's outcome dependent. If that had just popped up in the air for a simple catch, then I'm sure Kyle would have been admonished, but he has been an outstanding performer for the Dutch. Obviously normally with the ball, misses this one. What a spell though from Hamid, 3 for 8 as he comes into his last ball now.
Well, this is like Shane Warne and his pump, or Jadeja on a Turner back in Mumbai. It's incredible. He's looked unplayable, hasn't he? 3 close catchers in a T20. He'd love to finish with 4 for 8. You can't help but say deserve it.
He won't get it, but he will get 3, and he's put the USA in the driving seat with 6 overs remaining in the first innings. Netherlands, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they're 81 for 7.
Well, quite remarkable the turnaround. In 48 hours, the Dutch have gone from being absolute certs to win this series to collapsing, and look at the run rate. It has just fallen off the edge of a cliff alongside that triple wicket over of Harmeet Singh's. Yes, there was 1 run out in there. And it's not going to be Jones yet. It'll be Yasser Mohammed to return. I wonder, is Aaron Jones maybe going to be warming up to bowl from the other end?
Yeah, it could be. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but the USA, they do have a bit of a habit of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory against the men in orange. But they are a great shot here. 4-1 favourites.
I think that's 22%. I'm not even sure the Dutch are in that vicinity.
But yeah, I suppose the other day, USA held to 115. Admittedly, you know, chasing a very challenging target of 218. I don't know though. I've seen enough of the supercomputer to know that it is smarter than any human.
It's right more often than not, what you're saying, Vin.
Just, you know, as human beings, we're not very good at calculating
all the
probabilities.
Yeah.
We tend to think things that definitely one way or the other, or kind of even. So it's quantifying that
yes.
that 20%. As human beings, our brains aren't really equipped to deal with that kind of thing.
I just think you look at this surface, you think about the first 6 overs, which will likely be bowled by, unless they open with spin, maybe they'll give the ball to Arjan Dutt in the power play. But what we've tended to see is Kyle Klein and Paul van Meekeren up at the top with the new ball. I think with the likes of Patel, Saiteja Mukamala, they're going to go at it in that power play.
Goes after this and gets it pretty good. Couple of bounces and across the line. Ryan Klein with his first boundary.
That's a bit more like it. He's a very strong man. It breaks a streak of, well, how long is that without a boundary? Since all the way back in the 6th over, Vinny. That is quite incredible. 70 balls in the previous game. And this time, that's the best part of 9 overs. 8.5 overs without a boundary.
Yeah, 51 balls. Bit of a horror streak. Yes, it does get the next one through. Yeah, I suppose you look at that 20, well now it's 23%, but I mean there's a certain percentage. I mean, Netherlands could just roll through the US. You're not expecting it, but that's the whole point of these things. You don't expect them to happen. Fraction short. Hit reasonably well, but one bounce out to Nitish Kumar. Yeah, so whatever they have on the board, they'll be fighting. And also, you know, sometimes chasing slightly lower scores, teams can be a bit more conservative than they would be otherwise. And so, I suppose the USA also need to kind of assess what their attitude is if they're chasing a moderate score in the second half of this game. 15 overs in, it's 89 for 7.
Yeah, in these last 5 now, Vinny, for the Dutch, they have to, maybe 10 and over is a big ask with 3 wickets in hand, but they have to find a way to get to at least 130. We saw Canada defend 130. It was probably a much trickier wicket than this one up in Utrecht, but get to at least 130, keep yourself in the contest. The approach to Aaron Jones, who is now coming into the attack, is going to be fascinating.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think that there is a certain point where that 7 wickets isn't as scary and that you really don't mind. Probably 18 overs in, I think something like that. But the fact that Jones comes on, he's a bowler that he's a batter that bowls a bit of leg spin. And I think you still want to be pretty selective, but if you see it there, it's in your zone, I think you've got to go at Kyle Klein. Facing up first up. Should be pretty interesting. Gets this one through the fielder, and that means that it will get to the boundary in the end. Well, misfield there really. Should have been stopped in the inner circle. Instead, it's 4 runs to the Dutch.
And it's Manik Patel, of all people, who's been so good, well, particularly with his catching in the outfield, and that was regulation. It's ended up going between the gap that he's given with the long barrier, the kind of old school.
I think he's actually on the artificial turf here, and sometimes people get conscious of that joint. In the end, he was jumping at shadows. It was pretty much a regulation stop. Now, Kyle Klein advances and gets a piece of it out to Jahangir for a single. Okay, so obviously there has been an intent factor about this over from Kyle Klein, certainly so far. Let's see how Ryan handles things.
A much better approach from these 2 batters against the leg spin of Aaron Jones. We saw from the 2 set Canadian batters yesterday. Both got out reverse hitting.
Driven hard and into the gap by Ryan Klein. Well, they're in a bit of a pickle, but the Klein brothers are hoping to find a way out. Nice shot straight through the cover region.
And that is why it's a part-time leg spinner. It's far too full, it's slow, it's floaty, and he's just made a really strange field change. The extra covers come out. There's 3 men behind square on the offside. Well, I think Klein is only going to try and score down the ground. Can only imagine that Patel is asking Jones to bowl flat and into the surface, but he's just floating these leg breaks up.
Yeah, it's a strange one. I think of 2, but there's only 1 there. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think maybe he's looking to get them on the cut, but even if it's short enough, wide enough, he'll probably cut over those 3 men.
Also, I can't think of a leg spinner I've seen bowl without an extra cover. Okay, he's now back in. That was maybe a little bit of a brain fart moment between Patel and Jones, and just something for the Dutch to work with. Hanging about, scrapping about. big ball, this one. I think you want to take him down. Take this for a boundary. He probably won't bowl again, and you might have, I think Mohammed might have one left, does he? But I think you'll have, no, Mohammed's bowled out, so you're going to have plenty of overs of pace then to work with.
Go back to pace. Kyle, two's the call. Should get it, despite the best efforts of the fielder out there. And the 100 comes up for the Netherlands. Still at one stage, it might never come up. 16 overs in, it's 101 for 7.
Now, maybe just a tunnel of hope, a little ray of light at the end of what looked like a very difficult journey through this innings. They're going to have 4 overs to work with. I'm not sure whether Aaron Jones will bowl again. Now, let me work this out, Vinny. He's going to have to. No, he's not going to have to. They can have 2 each of, Van Skalkvik and Singh. Neither can bowl their full allocation now. So, if it's going to be 2 each of Singh and Van Skalkvik, that's medium pace. That's something to target.
Yeah, Jasdeep, I think the plan would be for him to bowl out. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 11 so far, so he can bowl 17 and 19, and then Van Skalkvik at the other end. I think that'd be the plan. You can't see on that evidence Jones getting another over, but I mean, look, I've seen worse overs as well. I think it was just something you try, and these two seem to handle it reasonably well. Jones not really finding the magic he found yesterday, but that's cricket, I suppose. 4 overs to go. Game at a bit of a crossroads. Can the Netherlands kind of eat maybe 10s from here, 140, something like that?
Vinny, for me, I suspect if Canada, they're able to get this coverage on their flight home, they're going to be watching this going, what did we do to Aaron Jones yesterday? If we just played him normally and tried pumping him down the ground, we might just have won that match.
Yeah, they tried to get real funky, didn't they? And
for no reason.
Yeah, backfired spectacularly. Anyway, a bit of a partnership here. These two came together at 79 for 7. And so far, they've been there for 16 balls. They've put on 23. Jassy steaming in. Well, the call is yes, and they'll get it. Actually well judged in the end.
Helps when you're brothers. You're able to trust your brother at the other end.
It's, you say that, but there are some pretty good examples of brothers not getting on so well. And Steve Markwar is the one I'll go to first up. He used to have some horror mix-ups. One, I think, was when one of them was on 99 or something like that.
That was surely, you know, the little kind of brotherly spite, was it, rather than a brotherly love?
It's quite a funny one, obviously, with them being twins. There's Jesse. 2's the call. Touch and go, but they will get there, especially with the fumble from Nitish. Yeah, well, the funny thing with the War twins was, you know, they didn't really talk much to each other. So I remember I heard some stories that eventually some of the other guys got together and said, "Oh, Steve, have you met Mark? Mark, have you met Steve?"
I do enjoy that sledge. I think it was Jimmy Ormond, wasn't it?
It's a good one.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
You know, I think it was Mark Wall giving him all the sticks, saying, "What are you doing out here? You're not good enough. You're too fat. You shouldn't be playing for England." That's gonna hurt.
It was a rolling cutter, so it was a bit of a slower ball, but Klein just didn't read it off the pitch, and he wears it.
Where's this hit, Vinny?
Hip, I'm going to say. And the thing with Kleiny, say hip.
Oh.
Hip to inner hip.
It's the hip flexor. That's where that one's it. Oh. But yeah, so James Ormond is getting all torrents of abuse from Mark Wall. "You're not an international cricketer, you're not good enough." And he just turns to him and says, "At least I'm the best cricketer in my family."
It's a good one. It's a good one. Maybe not. But yeah, at least I'm the best.
Maybe not, exactly.
Maybe not, but at least I'm the best cricketer in my family. It's a good one. Another good ball. Good result here for USA. Not letting Netherlands getting away too far. maybe let us know some of your favourite on-field banter in the chat. I can't guarantee we'll be able to read all of it out.
Some of it might be unpublishable.
There are some pretty good ones.
I did enjoy that Shane Warne, Brian McMillan one that was going around social media recently.
The one with the AK-47?
Well, it was just something along the lines of, you know, Wardy, you know, there's plenty of crime in South Africa.
Yeah.
You're touring us there next month. Something along those lines, or, you know, just be careful about what you say to us.
Yeah. One of my favourites that I heard, I've read it a couple of different places, probably get a couple of different versions, end of the 17th over, 106 for 7. Just quickly, before we go back to that, let's have a look at some of the events coming up on the European Cricket Network, and you can see that with this being the last match of the Netherlands, we've updated it to show that we'll be back in Barcelona in the second half of November, start of December. Of course, we're all gearing up for the European Cricket Championship. 32 European countries across 2 divisions in the high-octane T10 format. 127 matches. And I love the T20 World Cup, but for me, you know that when I finish one match, I want to see another, and quite often it was the end of the day. So good news is you get 5 matches a day there coming from the beautiful Khartoum Oval. And if you subscribe to our channel, ECN European Cricket Network, you can catch it all for free.
Is that every day? You've got 5 games a day?
5 games a day.
Wow.
Finals days we have 4 games.
Okay.
We have a few gaps, but 127 total. We have, it's almost like we have 8 mini tournaments in one. So there's actually 8 different finals days that ultimately will have the European champion. And of course we have a Challenger division this year, so it's a promotion relegation element to it. I think it'll be the best yet. So I'm just going back to that Brian McMillan. I actually heard that after copping a lot of abuse on the field, I think it's 93, 94 Australian Tour of South Africa. He, and this is probably something you wouldn't be able to do these days, but kind of different times, 30 years ago. At the tea break, he borrowed one of the security guard's weapons.
Okay.
You heard this one?
I heard about that one. Yeah.
And Shocklake comes back, misfields off his own bowl and cost him a single. Basically burst into the... of course, Australians were full of voice in the field. And he burst into the Australian dressing room and said, "Right, where's Border?" Pointing it around the room. That'll keep you pretty quiet pretty quickly. And then he just burst out laughing and off he went.
Well, Mark Taylor, who was telling the Brian McMillan Shane Warne one, was saying that it's the first time he can ever remember Warney being speechless. And look, I think a lot of these stories, they kind of grow in stature. There's a bit of tax, a bit of value-added tax to them over the years. But that's all part of the fun of our game, isn't it?
Apocryphal tales. That's what they're all about. Clipped away here, but I think they're going to have to settle for another single. Where's these boundaries going to come from the Netherlands? There's a pretty good Ian Botham, Rod Marsh one about asking about his wife and kids, which you probably know the end of that. But if you want to throw your own...
Oh, yes, yeah.
That's
Was it Merv Hughes involved in one of those as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
It was similar.
The Tickets Please one's a pretty good one.
That's
the Merv Hughes, Viv Richards. You can look all these up. We won't have to repeat them all, but yeah, a bit of banter is part of the game. Throws the hands at this, but once again, another single.
Just one little update from last night that we got a bit perplexed, didn't we, in the final over, Vinny, of the first innings. We couldn't understand why a no ball had been signalled and why Saad bin Safar didn't go for a catch at long on. It was an error from Harsh Thacker, who was out of the 30-yard circle.
Right.
By just... He was positioned in the circle, but at the point of release, he was just marginally outside and called by the eagle-eyed Rizwan Akram.
Got to be at the right spot at the point of release.
Yeah, and even Thacker himself said he couldn't have been out by more than half a yard, but that proved to be very costly. His good running will get a couple. This is a good effort by the two Kleins. It's probably been the partnership of the innings. It shows how much the Netherlands have struggled. They need a couple of big ones though. A run a ball from here, that'll only get them up to what, 129, so they'd want a little bit more than that. I'll get my maths right this time, Vinny. 125. So they want 130, 135, 140.
Bit of equine stuff going on in the background. Block hole. Once again, Shadley can't get down to it. Sneaker single still, all things considered. They'll take singles from here. USA. Netherlands need to make something happen. I think it's starting to get to the point now as well. I mentioned 18 overs where that 7 overs doesn't become that, the 7 wickets I should say, doesn't become that relevant. Still got Van Meekeren to come, Dorham to come. Have to take a chance. Last ball of the 18th. Again, good length. Really good length by Van Schaikbeek. And that turned out to be a pretty good over. It's 5 singles and a 2 off it. 7 in total. 18 overs in Netherlands. A 113 for 7.
Yeah, this partnership's come together from 79 for 7. So it's rescued the innings somewhat, but look at the line there. The run rate, it's increasing, but it's only marginal. What they need is a big boost. They need a massive over in 19 or 20, Vinny, to have a real chance of taking this title. 27 off the last 2 would get them to 140. That, with the Dutch fielding and bowling, could be competitive. It doesn't have them ahead of the game, but it keeps them in the game.
Jesse Singh to bowl over number 19. Well, let's see if it all happens in the 19th with the Oranje. It's a really battle. 8th wicket partnership giving them a shot. It looks like it might be close, maybe not quite what Canada battled to a couple of days ago. Slides into the pad first up, no bat. A leg by to start the over.
And Klein is really frustrated with himself there. He feels as though he's missed out. That was right into his hitting arc. His strong zone is that kind of leg side between deep mid wicket and long on. He's been scoring very fluently in club cricket. It's in the top class, averaging over 40, strike rate up towards 100. That's in 50 over version, but his role here is the finisher, in as a batter. Remember, he's playing as a batter only, all the way down at number 8. He's got to pick those balls off for 4 or 6.
Got him. Well bowled. They've been very good at hitting the block hole here, USA. And Justine rattles the stumps of Kyle Klein. He goes for 16. The partnership is ended, and the Netherlands 114 for 8.
Well, a great Yorker. We've seen Kalium Sana deliver the best Yorkers of the series. This wasn't far off it. Full and straight, and that nice angle in towards the off stump. Klein was just trying to get anything on it, and he couldn't. So Klein the younger, Kyle Klein, he falls for 16 off 14. The Netherlands in further trouble, 114 for 8.
Both the Kleins dismissed a pretty spicy Yorkers last time out. That was Kalium Sana on that occasion. But yeah, the important watch, but this bounces right between the feet. And that's your length, I think.
Yeah, it's actually even kicked up a little bit of the white paint. So it's right on the popping crease. It's just perfect. That's where you want to deliver it. Batter misses, you're going to hit. Well, really, best case scenario is a single off that. The perfectly delivered Yorker. Keep it simple. Now Van Meekeren, he fancies himself as a bit of a batter. He can hit it. Big, tall, strong frame. His overs will be important later.
10 balls to come then. Jesse will be hoping he can go bang bang and finish this off. Maybe not even take it to a 20th over. Big hello to Dave in there. And Isaac's got a question. What's the biggest partnership by brothers in T20 cricket? It's a very good question. I remember the first ever T20. It was the Marshall brothers were in there for New Zealand. But we'll get back to you on that. And Meekeren works it away for a single. See if Ryan Klein can do anything with Justdeep here in the 19th.
Has to find the boundary. He feels as though he owes his team as well. I know that for a fact. He's been desperately keen, Vinny, to get into action. You have to remember, it's kind of a new role for him. Only playing as a batter alone because he can't bowl due to some injury problems. What he would do to get maybe, let's say, 3 over the rope from these last 9. Give the Dutch a bit of momentum going into the second innings. Would give them life and hope. With the way they bowl and field, you can never rule them out.
Lifted out, but Jones is hovering, and it's just over his head. It'll be 4 runs. But Aaron Jones, I think it was hit a little bit better than he realised. Klein, maybe a bit fortunate, but he'll take the 4 runs.
They should have been taken. It's a misjudgment, Vinny, because he's come in a couple of steps rather than being on the rope. And Klein's natural dominance is his bottom hand that gives him that little bit of power. If Jones was right on the rope, it would have been held. Instead, he has to go acrobatically above his head. He gets one hand to it. And it squirms away for a boundary. Big, big moment in the match, that.
Big moment. Would have been 9 down. Still with 8 to come. Slightly slower ball there. Klein can't get it past Patel. And Makerin to face the last ball from Jesse Singh. Yeah, it was a funny one. You're right about Jones. He just picked the wrong route to the ball, as they'd say in baseball. Just crept in a metre or two.
It was also his actual setup to where he was. It's not that big a boundary straight, Vinny. You talk about it as being, what, 65 metres, something in that vicinity. I don't think you need to be 5 yards in there to save 2. You're going to save the 2 naturally anyway. He was 5, 6, maybe even 7 yards in off the rope at the point of contact with the ball. And as a consequence, didn't quite judge the line to run.
Last ball for Jesse. Again, good Yorker, Van Meekeren. He's able to keep it out, scrambles through for 1, and we'll go to the last. Netherlands, 121 for 8.
It's also one with the taller man, Vinny, at long on. That would have been kind of a sort of shoulder high catch. Instead, Jones is only, what, 5'7", 5'8", something like that. He ends up having to put in acrobatic effort and making it look much more difficult than it actually was. Singh finishes with 2 for 32. Good return from him. He's generally had a pretty good tour. And Van Schalkwyk will be given the responsibility of closing out the 20th and final. The Dutch don't just want 7 or 8 from this. They're going to need 15 or 20.
And what a big one. We've seen a few late rallies, haven't we, from the lower order batters. We saw that in Canada a couple of days ago against the Dutch. I just think Van Schalkwyk's been really good at hitting that Yorker. I think that's the key here. Bowl 6 of them. Even it, and fine legs back, so there's not really a lot they can do with it. Doesn't quite get it, but no real damage on the board. Van Meekeren gets 1, brings Ryan Klein back on strike.
You see, that's the perfect example there with Kenjigate long on. You're not going to get 2 to him. You're just not straight down the ground. It's not big enough there. So you should be on the rope because of the power that Klein has. Really significant misstep. Don't think they've done a particularly good job in the field today, USA. They have fielded very well all tour, but Kenjigate put one down, Jones has put one down. There's been plenty of fumbles and misfields alongside.
Klein, he's acutely aware that everything must go from here. He can't get too much on that, just another single.
Clever bowling, Vinny, because he knows that Ryan Klein is really only going to be able to score boundaries through the leg side of that bottom hand coming through. Perfect day for a stroll.
Isn't it? Multitasking. Take your dog for a walk.
Tennis ball on the hip,
Yeah.
ready to throw it out into the paddock for the dog to go and have a run with.
Could be useful for retrieving the cricket ball if it goes that way. Again, goes full, clips away. No chance for more than 1, so 124. Looks like they will bat it out here, the Netherlands, but just the damage in those middle overs. I mean, Harmeet was outstanding. Remember that one over, there was 3 for 1 in the 12th. We had that large, it was 51 ball barren streak with no boundaries. And what do like pretty good batting conditions. Netherlands still, they'll be fighting.
Klein has to simply find a way here, Vinny. He's got to get 1, if not 2 of these over the rope.
Fine legs up.
And Van Meekeren needs to run 2 if he doesn't get it.
Good Yorker once again. This has been outstanding death bowling. Klein wants to find a way back. He won't be able to do it, and so Van Meekeren will face the last ball. 2 to come, actually, pardon me. The last 6 balls have all gone for only singles.
Yeah, none of that momentum that you would like towards the tail of the innings. Nobody's found it easy to score, have they, Vinny? Maybe apart from a couple of flashes from Vikramjit Singh. Nobody at any point of this innings has got going. Ryan Klein with 23 is the second highest scorer. Max O'Dowd made 27 off 22. Yeah, nobody really striking at much more than a run a ball.
2's the call straight off the bat, but I think they'll settle for 1, leave it to the more recognised batter Klein, try and finish things off, but hey, USA. Yeah, finishing this tour strongly.
Van Meekeren's almost admiring the shot there before he started running.
There's a little bit of frustration that creeps in, I think, when he wishes he'd got it a little bit better. Probably stops him from sprinting straight away. I don't think it's a bad result. I think you pay 1 run to have Klein on strike here. See if he can launch one. He's He's been there 24 balls for 30. Seatbelts on. Last ball coming in. He takes it and he absolutely pounds it. Well, heads up in the cheap seats. Maximo to climb. And a big finish for the Dutch. They'll climb past the 130 mark. 132 for 8 off their 20 overs.
And that 36 from Klein has just given the Netherlands some hope. Would you believe it's the exact same score that Canada defended 2 days ago against them? It's the highest score of the innings, 36 for him. It's his career best in T20I cricket. He's not going to be delighted. He's not going to be overly exuberant, but he has done a job for his team. And he's given the Netherlands, well, maybe just an outside chance.
It just shows you, though, I mean, Van Schalkwijk's been so good at hitting that block hole. Just misses his spot by a little bit. Probably misses Yorker by a metre. Tops and Klein. We show some of the power that we have seen before on the European Cricket Network. He is a former European champion in the T10. We've seen him do some ridiculous ball striking feats there in Spain. But as the crowd watches on, maybe they'll be a little bit boosted by that last ball for the Netherlands. And to be honest, it started much the same way. We saw Levitt and Max O'Dowd, the regular opening combination out there. Kenjigo probably wasn't quite himself, put that one down off Levitt. You wondered at that stage whether it might cost him, but it didn't. Levitt holding up soon after at the other end.
Yeah, and that really started a procession of wickets. There was some boundaries, particularly Vikramjit Singh looked good with 14 off 10. He hit 3 4s, stylish and elegant as always. But he just keeps getting himself into positions of finding a way to get out. He was caught by Mayank Patel. It was a very good catch, the keeper, who has taken the gloves off and got into the outfield. Van Schalkwyk was put through the ringer in the outfield. He chased one down successfully the very next ball. He couldn't quite cut it off. And Scott Edwards, well, never really looked comfortable at the crease. He was caught behind without a boundary from 15 deliveries. Harmeet Singh at this stage, Vinny, and really throughout the day, he was close to unplayable. This was a triple wicket over.
Yeah, and compounding their own problems there, the Netherlands, with that run out of duck first ball. But Harmeet really did spin a web, didn't he? And there was just some sort of enthusiasm there from the USA that we haven't always seen in this series, but the finish line's near. We saw a very clever bit of bowling to get Leon Cachet as well. Just drew him forward into an error. House had the bails off in a flash. And we had this one, Crows thought he got a scratch on this. Umpire didn't agree. He was sent packing. 3 wickets plus the run out off the bowling of Harmeet, changing the narrative of this innings.
Yeah, Yasser Mohammed bowled nicely too. He was only hit for the 1 boundary. They just couldn't find boundaries at all. The reason we don't have many highlights of them, the best part of the whole innings without the power play until the death overs, the boundaries didn't come. Big moment this one too. If Aaron Jones has held on, look at how far in he was in the end, Vinny. Probably closer to 10 yards than 5 or 7. And that late flourish, you won't believe this, Vinny, was the only 6 of the entire innings.
I do believe
the
it.
120th and final delivery. And that has put the Dutch in a position of posting 132 for 8 from their 20 overs. Well, will it be enough? If it's going to be enough, they'll have Ryan Klein to thank with his best score in international cricket. 36 not out, he made off 25. He had the best strike rate of the innings too. But really, that weak underbelly, we keep talking about numbers 5, 6, 7. They've been struggling for the Dutch. They continue to do so.
Yeah, Klein, although the regular number 7, batting a spot lower because of Dart. 36 not out. And I think he's given them a shot, hasn't he? Remember, he should have been caught by Jones. And that would have made it 115 for 9. So potentially that drop costs them, let's say, around 12 runs or so. 3 for 8, Harmeet, head and shoulders above the rest. A wonderful exhibition of left-arm orthodox bowling. Apart from that, we saw 2 for 23 for Jasdeep Singh. Charlie Van Schalkwyk with a 1 for 27. Yasir 1 for 22. Jones was tried, didn't really work out for him too well as he went for 12. It is only over. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes. We'll have the first ball of the second innings. 133 for USA. Well, the Netherlands, with that rally, will feel they've got a shot at pulling this out of the fire. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Lenny Leonard, and we're back very shortly with the exciting conclusion of this Netherlands T20I Tri-Series. Hello and welcome back to the Voorburg Cricket Club here in The Hague. It's time for the final innings of this T20I Tri-Series featuring the hosts, the Netherlands, as well as the USA and Canada. Canada have completed their involvement in the series, but these two teams still are with a shot at glory here. The winner of this match will be the winner of the Tri-Series. The Dutch won the toss and batted 132 for 8 off their 20 overs. USA coming out 133 for victory in the match. And of course, the series. Monak Patel, the captain, is out there. Joining him, that man on screen, Sateja Mukamala. He was outstanding yesterday in his first ever T20 international. 52 off 27 balls with 8 fours and a 6. But this is another challenge. Obviously on the chase, USA today, whereas yesterday they successfully defended 168, keeping Canada to 148. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and big welcome to everyone watching also on Willow TV and Fangode. Shake, rattle and roll, let's go. 133 for the US. First one doesn't go too far. Kyle Klein, he's had a good record of making early strikes and early inroads into the top order. Netherlands, I know it's an underwhelming score given the conditions, but I think they'll be quietly confident they can do something similar to this USA batting lineup that they have kind of had the wood on during this series. Not just this series, but all time. We've never seen the US beat the Netherlands in a full international. USA have blown a couple of winning positions on the chase as well during their Dutch tour. That one actually goes past the inside edge of Monak Patel. Joined once again in the country box by Andrew Leonard, and USA, well, I think they deserve favouritism, but I still think the Netherlands, if they can pull out a top bowling and fielding performance, maybe they could still get the W.
We're going to take something special, Vinny. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to all our viewers around the world. Willow TV. Fan code in India and across the world on the European Cricket Network here on YouTube. Great to have you with us. Are we going to see a late twist, or will USA make history? Big surprise after that first ball, Vinny. The slips come out and there's a bit of movement. Gone to that cover just because of one being overpitched in the drive. So there are no catchers behind, besides the keeper behind the wicket. And you would think to defend a total like this, you need to take early wickets. And he's been the man. All throughout the last 3 weeks, it's been Kyle Klein's world. We've just been living in it for the moment. He's been so good. He's battled a bit of illness. He's taken wickets almost every time he's bowled. He's got a huge heart, and he's got plenty of skills with the new ball too.
Lifted up, and it's just going to creep over Max O'Dowd at mid-off. They'll get back for 2.
It was a funny one, wasn't it? Because Max O'Dowd, I think he thought this went a lot further. He just immediately got the head down and started sprinting after it without ever really having a look over his shoulder to see, could it have been caught? I don't think it could have been, but it just kind of seemed to hang in the air for a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's actually just putting his head down, knowing he's probably not going to chase it down to get as close as he can. Maybe he can peek closer to the time. But a bit of a streaky one for Patel to get off the mark. This one's hit very well by Monak. Well, this is closer to the middle of the bat. The first boundary for the USA.
Don't think it's out of the middle quite. It's probably a little bit off the very bottom end of it. It's not a toe, but it's more than enough to get the first boundary. Patel plays these amazing strokes, doesn't he, off the front and back foot. Everything kind of tends to be in an arc from sort of wide, long on through the extra cover. Very elegant player, very technically correct player, and he's added quite a lot of power. Mid-wicket comes in, 2 mid-wickets now in place. Mid-on comes straighter too.
I'll go wide of one of those mid-wickets. Once again, it's a good piece of running from the USA. They'll get 2, and a pretty productive first over. Not too dissimilar to the first over of the first innings. It's 8 without loss after 1.
Yeah, they've got 6 out-and-out batters this time, USA. We felt they were picking a bowler too many in the first 2 T20Is. Mukamala has corrected that balance. He's got off to a well, a quite brilliant start yesterday. I thought he played so elegantly. Stuart Law was gushing in his praise about him prior to the game today. There was one shot in particular, wasn't there? The whip off his pads that looked like a regulation single and just kept going. Both mid-wicket and mid-on thought they were going to get there, but Mukamala, if he can do anything like he did yesterday, this is going to be, well, maybe a comfortable chase. Aryan Dutt will open with spin. We also have the other spinner in the team, Daniel Dorham. We might see some medium pace from Vikramjit Singh or maybe Michael Levitt. The only other spin option really though is Max O'Dowd. So USA bowled 13 overs of spin. I think the most the Dutch can bowl is 8.
Right. Yeah, good point. Slightly different composition of their attack. Still no Shriz Ahmed in the 11 that would provide another spin option. Dutt comes in, gets to share the new ball. Mukamala hoping to avoid the second game blues. First one sneaks past him. Yeah, that first over, or the first ball, we saw the field change. It's a couple of times we've seen it. Saw it yesterday as well. I don't know. I just think maybe reading too much into one delivery. I think I'd be wanting to leave the catching man there at least for an over, especially in the absence of any real damage on the runs front. There's an edge and it's past the despairing dive of the fielder and running away. Mukamala off the mark.
Well, a fantastic effort from Paul van Meekeren. He was doing his best Edwin van der Sar impression here, wasn't he? Going like a goalkeeper to his left. It was a fine try, but he didn't really get within more than a yard of it, and not where Mukamala intended. It skews away off an outside edge. Dutt usually bowls his off breaks very flat, so there's pace on them, and it runs away for 4. Tidy little start this for the Americans.
Different sort of challenge for Mukamala first up. So Van Meekeren actually has been reasonably effective with the new ball. Do you think there's... What's the thinking behind Aryan Dutt being preferred with the new ball? Especially with only 8 overs of spin to sprinkle, if you like, throughout the 20 overs.
It's a tricky one, isn't it, for Scotty Edwards?
Cut away nicely, uses the wrists to perfection there, Mukamala. Well, ain't no second game blues at this stage. 2 boundaries in his first over, and that one was a stylish stroke through the offside.
Well, it's simple technique, isn't it? Forward press, you pounce on the length, you identify that it's a little short, and then all you've got to do is find the gap. That is part of the busiest part of the crowd. We've seen the KNCB giving out some awards and mementos to legendary players of past, including Helmain Rambaldo, former women's international, who got a great ovation. I think they've also gifted the Voorburg CC an official KNCB clock as being one of the international venues here, and there must be, well, a couple of hundred of the kind of hospitality guests in. Great to see.
Yeah, good to see them taking the opportunity to gather and celebrate. Into the second over here, and at 16 without loss of 2, 8 and 8 off the first 2. Helmain Rambaldo, actually saw her on the weekend because she was coaching Team Europe Women in the Meltour Shield.
Okay,
yeah,
fantastic. Bit of a legend of the Dutch women's
definitely.
game, right?
And the Dutch have played a women's test match.
Yeah,
I think back in 2017. I'm gonna say, and she played in that. And I know she absolutely loved the experience coaching Team Europe, which had 4 Dutch representatives, but it brought cricketers from all around Europe together against the British and Irish Roses, which were a team that could select from England, Ireland, Scotland, Jersey, Guernsey, Isle of Man, Gibraltar, players that had played on the European Cricket Network before. So in the end, Team Europe won 7 games to 2, and Helmain, yeah, she was all smiles end of that weekend. Nice to see her being acknowledged here. Hit down the ground with Van Meekeren pretty straight there, mid-on.
I think the approach here for the 2 American openers, we've already seen it. Stuart Law's probably spoken to them and said, it's not going to get easier.
Yeah,
Got to try and score fluently here in the power play while the ball is hard and the fielding restrictions are in place. And as a consequence, Manik Patel is going very, very hard at everything. We saw him do this when they were hunting or attempting to hunt down that highest score of the series when the Dutch posted over 200. And it was scattergun in the approach. Doesn't need loads of boundaries, just one or two and over in this power play be more than enough.
That's a powerful strike down the ground. Well, Monank has started in a mood, hasn't he? Taking on Kyle Klein, straight back over his head, 4 runs.
Well, all of a sudden, things are looking very ominous for the Netherlands. Their go-to man who's taken wickets basically every time he's been given this new ball. He's been given the treatment by Monank Patel. He's so strong when he hits straight down the ground. It's going to bring about a change in the field. Long off will have to go back. And the man who's out at deep backward point will come up into the circle. Be interesting to see if Patel gives himself a bit of room and tries to now target square on the offside.
Ball's in. Kyle Klein's caught. He's bowled in. Middle stump out of the ground. Monank Patel backed away. Slight edge on it. Probably going from the aggressive to the unnecessary, but it's a big moment in the game. Monank starting brightly, but out for 12. USA 20 for 1.
And Edwards and Klein will claim as though they've been playing chess here while Patel's been playing checkers, because he's been outthought. It's exactly what we thought he might try to do. He's just hit a boundary down the ground. It's less than a run of ball required after that boundary. And instead of being happy to work it down to long off where he's so strong for one, having got the boundary, he tries to hit another one. He tries to exploit the change in the field. Instead, Klein outthinks him. And how good a series is he having? Kyle Klein, quite brilliant. Look at this. Gives himself that room outside the leg stump for the first time, and he pays the price. One thing that Klein does so well, he's always targeting and attacking the stumps. Yes, there's an edge. Yes, it could have squirted away for 4. Klein's pumped up, and the Dutch have life.
Every fast bowler, no matter where you are on God's green earth, loves the sight of the off and the leg stump standing, but absolutely nothing in between. Netherlands needed a turning point. They get one. Andries Gauss comes in at number 3. You mentioned also he's had limited opportunity to impress on this tour. Facing a fired up Kyle Klein. Wow, what a start from Gauss, who just seems completely unflustered and pumps it straight over the umpire's hat for 4.
Well, a glorious stroke for me. Well, that has to be the shot of the day. You hit straight here at Voorburg, you get good reward. I think batters have been guilty of overcomplicating things at points and looking to innovate too much. It's not a bad pitch. It's a slightly slow pitch that might, if anything, be erring on the low side. You're not getting real pace and bounce and carry. So as a consequence, hit straight, you'll get good reward.
More careful this time. What an exciting opening. I think you're exactly right. I think Stuart Law said, yeah, it's not going to get easier. Let's get ahead in the power play. Let's kind of take some pressure off those middle overs. We have seen your batters kind of surviving no problem at all, but it's just finding those boundaries. So the more you can find the power play, kind of the less times you'll have to find the rope in those key middle overs.
You just wonder, is he thinking of Van Meekeren, particularly Tumukamala? I know he's played a lot of ODI cricket. I know he's got a good technique, but he's still just 20 years of age. And when Van Meekeren gets it up towards the higher echelons of where he can be very intimidating.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think I'm still kind of thinking that they might make that change because you only have the limited 2 specialist spin options in the side. And so you kind of need to be able to keep those options alive, I suppose, by spreading them out a little bit. Into the third over here, 25 for 1.
I'm going to stick with Aryan Dutt for the moment. That's the prospective batting order. We did see a change up, a real surprise to us as Harmeet Singh came in at, I think it was number 4 yesterday. It was number 5, wasn't it? He came in after the wicket of Aaron Jones. And that dropped Nitish Kumar and Jahangir down a spot. I do think there's a few similarities. I know Jahangir and Kumar in particular, more established international quality players than who the Dutch have going around at number 6, 7, 8 with the bat. But there is a similarity. They're very top heavy, the American batting lineup. And you get past House here, who hasn't had those limited opportunities, get into the middle order, start to bowl some dots to Jones.
That's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. Don't you worry about that. This game's very much alive. Dutt round the wicket.
If you can do that and then somehow bring the required run rate into play, which won't be easy, you're going to have to field incredibly well. They usually do, but they were flat 2 days ago. Scott Edwards said that in the post-match. He said that's not where we need to be at. We just couldn't find the energy. We were trying. The 2 games in 2 days had us zapped. Dutt needs to find a way past House.
Cal Stakes on the sweep and hits it very nicely. Just behind square, 4 runs.
A really good shot. He can be a slow starter, House, despite his big hitting exploits. He's clearly been sent out with a different mindset today. He went bang from the first ball of Kyle Klein down the ground. Second delivery's faced from Dutt. Gets a shuffle outside. The off stump sweeps it really nicely and gets it very, very square. Only one man out there, deep mid wicket.
Not sure I'm sold on the round the wicket from Dutt at this stage. And it takes the LBW out of the equation. Not a huge turner of the ball, Arian Dutt. He's got slightly unusual action. He always has an action where his arm's slightly bent but all the way through, never really straightens, so it's completely fine. It's just an unusual way that he delivers the ball. Probably trying to make the most of the angle across the right-handers here. It's an interesting tactic. Squirted back past the stumps by Mukamala, who will pick up a couple.
I think the other thing about Dutt opening the bowling, he does it so well in ODI power plays when there's kind of a different ethos, isn't there, in the first 10 of a 50 over game to the first 6 of a T20I. In a T20I, everything must go. You're trying to accumulate a bit more in the modern ODI power play with the 2 new balls.
Oh, that could be gone. It's been held. Maybe it's off the pad though. Picked the back pad of Mukamala. It was well to cling on to it.
Yeah, what's this hit? Might not be able to tell from this angle.
Flap of the pad, I think.
Yeah, it probably has come off the pad. Edwards does do well to hang on. I just wonder, would he have been better outside of the power play? Might see Van Meekeren for the 5th. Expensive start, 15 from his first 11.
Oh, French cut this time. Running away in this outfield has been pretty fast. It's an excellent stop there by the big man, Daniel Dorham. He's able to save 1 run at least. 3 scored, end of the 4th over. And USA 35 for 1.
Yeah, critical save, that one. Every run could count, and great effort from the big man to get down so late. A reminder that the winner of this match is going to win the series. Have seen chases in and around this volume being completed at this ground, but we also saw, particularly in that tri-series in May between Netherlands, Scotland and Ireland, sides finding it difficult to get over the line with that kind of 140, 150 total. Difference is 130, particularly with a fluent start in the power play that America have. Just not as challenging, not as probing. Here's Klein for his 3rd.
Yeah, Klein, they've been reluctant to bowl him out. I'm not saying he would in this situation anyway, but we saw him to a rollicking start in that match 2 days ago against Canada in Kampong. Just has had that knack of making a difference. Certainly not short of confidence as well. Kyle, at this level, some players they seem to grow a couple of inches taller when they hit the international game. I think he's one of them.
He's just a clever bowler. He knows his game. He knows what he's trying to do. I really think for the Dutch, they missed a trick, didn't they, in the World Cup? It's easy to say now, but if he had played, particularly in New York, you could have seen the Dutch getting over the line against South Africa. Had them 16 for 4, had them in all sorts of trouble. The highest total chased here, I think that was the UAE back in 2019, 150. But there's been plenty of unsuccessful chases of in and around 130, 140, 150 in particular.
Taken on, leg side, going, and gone. Maximo for Mukamala, who continues his strong showing in international cricket, taking Kyle Klein up and over the ropes.
And well held by Janoy Drysdale, who's not in the team today. The USA bench look a very happy bench right now. The reason why, they're going at the best part of 10 runs per over. And the Dutch just don't have an answer. This is picked up off a length. It's probably no more than the top of the stump's high. Mukamala, what a stroke, what a prodigious talent.
Compact and simple. That's how you mention his technique. Sometimes the best things are very still. Though this time it goes on a bit of a walk. Almost misses stumps. Maybe that's a bit of an experience trying to take that on straight away.
Well, a bit like the Patel dismissal. There's no need. You've just hit the 6. It's exactly a run of ball you require. You should do that with 9 wickets in hand, doing handstands, doing cartwheels if you're an American fan. Waking up back on the East Coast, 10 a.m. or the West Coast, only 7 a.m. over there. Very good morning to you, enjoying the action on Willow TV. You just suspect that America might already have too much of a lead in this game.
Well, there's a little bit of indiscipline coming from Kyle Klein this time. How far is this going to run? He'll run away for 4 overthrows. Well, from the sublime to the ridiculous really there. Put that on your wagon wheel. 4 more to USA.
Well, bowlers hate overthrows, particularly overthrows that come from other fielders. This time he's only got himself to blame. Thrown at the stumps, deflected away, and runs for 4. Less than a run of ball now required. And that's going to round out Klein's initial burst. USA have got through it without too much damage, just the loss of Monank Patel, the skipper. 5 bowled, 46 for 1. It's all USA.
It is at the moment, but we've seen games change in the middle overs. Is there another twist in this one? Maybe a twist or two, but they do have it under a run of ball. 26 days to go until the Euros of cricket. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, we have 32 countries taking part this time. Put that in your diary, 23rd of September at the Carter Oval, Malaga, Spain. I'll see if my Spanish is good enough to get by then. I wouldn't sound fluent, but I've been working on it. I know that you've been to that ground, Lenny, at the Carter Oval, Costa del Sol. It's a beautiful place to play cricket. They play 12 months a year there as well. And that's, I'm really excited with the 2 divisions. I think it pits people, pits teams against teams of a similar standard, and also a bit of a Premier League feel now with promotion relegation for 2025 at stake, as well as the 2 trophies.
Yeah, definitely a good move. Gives all the countries a chance to experience some success. You know, if a Greece or a Croatia or someone can win that Challenger division, they'll be elated. Well, Daniel Dorham's going to bowl the 6th over, the final of the power play. One spinner replaces the other.
In the air and gone. Well, pretty innocuous dismissal. Dorham comes on, rolls the arm over, and Mukamala belts it straight to Max O'Dowd, catches it shin high. Something out of nothing there for the Netherlands, and USA now 46 for 2.
I was just about to say Daniel Dorham will have to equal or out-bowl what Harmeet Singh did from that end with these 4 overs of left-arm spin. Oh, Saiteja, he's wondering what he's done there because he got them off to the hot start. Probably not the correct bowler to attack. You look at the threat in this Dutch lineup, the threat's going to come with the new ball from Kyle Klein, with Paul van Meekeren through the middle overs, and with the left arm spin of Daniel Dorham. You don't need to take him on. And it's just a giveaway. It's the softest, the tamest, the limpest of dismissals. Max O'Dowd's never going to drop that. And somehow the Dutch just have a bit of life. Maybe now tie up House and Jones, get into that middle order. Who knows? Could still be game on.
It's also a funny quirk of the power play in that it can kind of benefit the fielding side as well. I mean, in an overs time, I bet you that Max O'Dowd's back on the boundary. It wasn't like the batter there, Mukamala, was trying to go over the top, but right place, right time. Max O'Dowd with the catch.
And Jones habitually, historically, has been a very slow starter. Love dots to build up. They'd love to start to drag this game out. USA still heavy favourites, there's no doubt about that, but how much does the weight of history play on their minds? They're all aware, they've been told it, that they've never beaten the Dutch. And the crowd is at capacity, the biggest it's been, several hundred in. Can they get behind the home side and help turn this game around?
Well, pretty interesting shot. First ball from Jones as well, backs away. The USA hoping to burst through the orange ceiling here. It's been a while, it's never happened. What about that shot from Jones first up though?
Well, that could have easily skewed to mid-wicket, and if he's caught there, I think he would have been getting an absolute rocket from USA's head coach. Durham, I don't think he's the bowler to try and take down in this attack.
Well, I don't really care what you say. That's going to be pumped into the sight screen. Maximo Pujas certainly can't be accused of a slow start today. What a handsome strike straight down the ground.
Well, what a stroke this is. He spoke about his strength against the short ball when the pace is on. Only a fraction over pitched, wasn't it? Hammered all the way for 6. The 50's up inside the power play. America, well, they're not minding who they're facing. They're just going to go at it and try and chase this down in a hurry.
That's a good comeback. I should go slower there instead. And
he's one of the only bowlers I've seen in world cricket who gets hit for a 4 or a 6, who goes slower from his next delivery. And it's a great skill and character trait. You need to be very brave. You need to have a sensitive captain too. But he did toss that one up, didn't he?
yeah, it's interesting. Even the ball got hit for 6. I call that kind of a challenge length at this stage. It's not an easy shot to hit. It's a shot that can easily go wrong, go up in the air. There's plenty of infielders lurking for a miscue. The USA certainly have taken a bit of pressure off those middle overs. End of 6, end of the power play, 53 for 2 for USA. If you just want to look by comparison, Netherlands after their power play in the first innings, obviously they had a similar one. In fact, they were 54 for 2 at this stage.
And of course, Daniel Durham making that Netherlands debut, not in a ODI or T20I, that was the Intercontinental Cup, a first-class game all the way back in 2013 as a 15-year-old. Took 7 for against Ireland in that game, and then he waited 11 years for a full kind of white ball debut. He did go away from Dutch cricket for a little bit, born in Saint Martin in Caribbean. Forgot the other spin option for the Dutch, Zach Lyon Cachet. Maybe he's going to bowl a little bit more than we might have expected. I thought it was Van Meeker in time. Thought it was time for him to come in and impact the game, albeit on a slow surface. And particularly with Jones' strength against off spin. Jones loves a slog sweep. This is a gamble for me. Might get the wicket of Jones, but I would suspect you're bowling to one of his strengths here rather than something that he might not like too much, which is Van Meeker back of a length early in his innings.
PJ Girdles has a good point here. In fact, we mentioned it last time when Durham made his T20I debut for the Netherlands, but he actually did play a game for the Netherlands, first class game in the Intercontinental Cup, the old Intercontinental Cup against Ireland as 15-year-old back in 2013, and spent over a decade out of the orange shirt. Nice start for Leon Cachet.
And yeah, it is fascinating. You look at that at this stage comparison, it shows how desperately the Netherlands fell away. They were 2 runs ahead with the same number of wickets fallen, but then a complete collapse. It was a Harmeet Singh inspired collapse. He was outstanding with the ball.
Cut away, finds a fielder, sneak through for a single. That collapse you talked about, it all just went wrong, didn't it? They were 60 for 2, and in fact, then they were 72 for 3. They lost the next 4 wickets for just 7 runs in the space of 14 balls. So that was where the kind of heart got ripped out of the order. Obviously, he had it 3 for 1 over. Harmeet delivered, which included the run out.
And this for me here from Edwards is a defensive option. If you've got 200 on the board and you're trying to get through a few overs of less than 8 or 9, it's probably a good option. The problem is the required run rate is close to non-existent in this game. They're well ahead of where they need to be, chasing 133.
Taken on, going, and gone. What a strike that is. And so, well, I've had my moments here in the commentary box. This one was quite a friendly one that joined us
Just kind of rolled into us, didn't it? And what did I say? Aaron Jones, slog sweep, off spinner, turning the ball in, and right into your feet.
That's right. Now, that just could be the one that gets him going. Follows up with a single, end of the 7th over. Leon Cachet goes for 9, 62 for 2.
Perplexing stuff, Vinny, I have to say. Really strange choice there. It's never easy defending a low total, and it's always easy to point these things out from the sideline, but I can't see how that's a good matchup to two very good players of spin, two good sweepers, particularly Jones on the slog sweep, who adores it. You've got Van Makeren in reserve. Like, I'd even have preferred Vikram Singh or Michael Levitt there to Zach Leon-Cachet.
No Glover, who we saw for one game on his return, but if I'm Van Makeren, I'm kind of spinning chips haven't been used so far as I'm watching this game creep away, and not much they can do about it at the moment. Haven't gone to him. Go back to Dorham.
There is a small chance it's all part of the plan. Fire up Van Makeren and get him to be angry.
Well, it can be over-fired up as well, as we saw from Klein, who basically threw 4 runs away, literally.
The pitch is going to start to slow. It'll continue to slow. This ball is going to be significantly softer than it was 30 minutes ago. But the problem is it's a run of ball required or less than that. So you don't really have to take risk.
That's probably the difference between this phase of the game for the USA compared to the Netherlands in the middle overs. The USA know exactly what they need to do. The Netherlands were just kind of hoping for the best, not knowing how many they might be able to defend. Obviously, they wanted as many as they could grab, but USA can pace the chase. House gets this away. Kind of wrong foots. Vikram Singh running away, and that's going to be 4 runs despite the best efforts of Aryan Dutt. House continues his bright start to this knock.
Not sure what's happened here to Vikram Singh, because it looks to me like it's almost, well, maybe a little bit to his left, but he's gone to his right, isn't he? He's completely misread it, and Dutt, try as he may, out there as the cover sweeper, he can't cut it off. This is the thing, the runs are going to come naturally anyway, even if the pitch slows. USA in cruise control, sensing history.
Yeah, well, I feel like this is a road they've been down before, though, Lenny. Yeah, with Vikram there, I think, well, I like this expression. It was a Dean Jones expression. He said that 90% of fielding is anticipation and 10% is application, but you can over-anticipate, especially in that region kind of from slip to point where you can see the batter shaping to play one way, but Vikram kind of sent himself the wrong way there. Ended up costing him a boundary.
Immediately, Dorham, who is a fine left-arm spinner, is just showing no ability to be able to tie down the American batters in the way in which the Dutch middle order was turned in tangles by Harmeet Singh. It looked like they didn't have an answer. They didn't know how to rotate the strike, how to threaten the boundaries. He bowled 4 overs for 8, Vinny, was it?
Yeah, 3 for 8 off his 4 overs.
Dorham's bowled 2, he's already gone for 15, and they're the two kind of trump cards in the attacks potentially on this surface. House and Jones cruising here. USA, I don't think even they can find a way to conspire to throw this winning position away unless Paul Van Makeren now can do something very special. He's going to have 4 overs to try and influence the game. Look at the run rates. Okay, a couple of overs ago they were at a similar point, but that curve, it doesn't even need to grow, does it? Just
got to sustain. Sustain, sustain, sustain. I think they're very comfortable at under a run of ball. That's very tough to defend. Your only way back is really to take a bunch of wickets and dominate the middle the way that the USA did in the first half of this innings. Here is Van Makeren. Well, better late than never. He's going to get the ball in over number 9.
Edwards is searching for something, and he's going to one of his most established and reliable bowlers who's had a good time of things over the past couple of weeks. He picked up his first ever 5-wicket haul in international cricket. He might need at least 3 or 4 here to give the Dutch any chance. 63 to win off 72 with 8 wickets in hand. That at any level should be a canter with 2 fine players at the crease.
Fraction short. hit very firmly, but prowling around there is Zach Leon Cachet. You know, we were talking about cricket and baseball comparison yesterday.
Yep.
I love doing it. I do it all the time, having played both at a reasonable level. And yeah, one that I liked, and it just popped into my head then with some of the American viewers in the chat, is there something that we kind of take for granted in cricket, but if you come from a baseball background, it's not so obvious. And I'll give you one. In cricket, when you hit the ball, you don't have to run.
You don't have to run, exactly.
In baseball,
it's not
you do.
compulsory.
That is such a game-changing dynamic.
Foul ball's the only difference, yeah.
True.
But
Put the ball in play in cricket. You have to. You don't have
and
to.
it's actually it's something when I've met. I think I was so blown away by Vinny out at the World Cup. I was there in America for the best over a month actually. We were there for all the warm-ups as well. The average American you meet on the street who may have no frame of reference into cricket, it's been introduced to it for the first time. The interest levels and the kind of keenness to understand and get to grips with the new sport is like it's huge. It's overwhelming.
It's there. I've seen it myself when I've been there. Decent pace from Van Meekeren.
And that's something that probably surprised me a little, even though I spent lots of time in the States, just particularly this World Cup. Whether you're in a bar or a restaurant, or we went up to a baseball game and people are asking us why we were there, and we were explaining, they're like, oh yeah, that's that thing that USA just won a game at, and they'll ask you questions like that, and one of the questions you get a lot is, well, why don't they have to run every time? Because again, from their bat and ball sport, it's so baked into them that when they do hit, whether it's a bad hit or a good hit, they've got to try to get to that first base.
Yeah, it is fascinating. Tight single here, they'll get there. But I think it's a mutual fascination that I know as a cricketer. I was fascinated with baseball because there are so many parallels. That the hitting of the ball's similar. It's a hard ball. It can hurt you. The hitting skills. So I often say to people with baseball, I said, well, imagine baseball if you could just keep hitting as many as you liked into play, but you only had to run when you thought it was safe. And you could just kind of see the wheels turning, thinking, how would that change things? And I typically like to use the vernacular. I kind of talk in pitches. I say this. Imagine there's 120 pitches and that's it, and you score as many as you can. Then obviously normally I go into. I often think as cricket people we can kind of over-explain things to people that are picking up the game for the first time. I'll normally then go into how you score runs. So that's a pretty good one. You don't really have to get into how many bounces and over and LBW, where it pitches and all these things, but it's pretty simple to work out how runs are scored in cricket with obviously by the batters swapping ends, and they're always fascinated about why there are two of them out there. And also, having played both, it's interesting, the team dynamics are quite different in baseball compared to cricket as well. I found when I played cricket, the team had more of a natural bond off the field. And I think it is because you might play a whole day of cricket where you just sit off the field and do nothing, watch a couple of guys bat. and you really get to learn, you get to know people. And I don't know, I see those things, those bonds in cricket, very close between your teammates. Baseball, again, it's a little bit more transactional. I kind of trade players away. You're up, you're down, you're batting, you're sitting down. You never kind of bat for more than
you're kind of always
2 or 3 minutes.
You're always back in the game, unlike cricket if you're out.
Switching over. Average innings probably, let's say 10 minutes or so, and you're sitting up. And if you're not on the field, you're getting ready. So you've always got kind of 2 or 3 guys getting ready to bat, knowing they'll bat soon. It's an interesting one. 75 for 2 after 9. But I think that, I was so happy to see so many of the baseball teams getting around the World Cup. And I mentioned yesterday, I know that Toronto Blue Jays, they did a cricket hat giveaway. I think Milwaukee Brewers did something similar, I was hearing. And the numbers are there in North America. You can't argue. The numbers are there of people that know cricket, they like cricket. It is complicated, no doubt, I suppose, with 50 states and such a spread out country to coordinate, but they certainly have a lot to work with.
Yeah, look, I think that you have to, I suppose, balance that want to, ICC is stated as wanting to target USA because it's a major media market, the biggest media market in the world. alongside one of the biggest sporting markets. But the challenge is then the expectations of the kind of casual sports fans who go to a Major League Baseball game or an NBA game are very high.
Yeah.
And that's where, you know, Major League Cricket, it's in its infancy. It's had 2 seasons.
Oh, he's bowled him. And Jones, all right, tries it one time too many, and Dutt breaks through. USA were cruising, but they lose Jones at a critical time at 75 for 3.
Maybe just a bit of life. USA still huge favourites. Surely they can't lose it from here. But Jones loves this slog sweep. It's almost all he goes to. It has turned. We said the pitch would get slower. It would take more turn. He's through the shot before it's really got to him. And he's ended up coming right over the top of it. He's gone for an unlucky 13. 75 for 3 the score. And maybe the perfect man coming to the crease, Nitish Kumar. He's got all that experience and a great technique just to knock it around with House and guide USA home.
Yeah, well, is it a bit of the more things change, the more they stay the same? USA really had this game on toast. It's a bit of a loose stroke really from Jones. He practices it afterwards. I told you I wasn't a huge fan of Dutt around the wicket, but I suppose that angle takes it past the outside edge in the end.
It's something he does very well to the right-handers and something he uses a lot now. House looks very relaxed out there. He wasn't here for the ODIs. Neither was this man, Nitish Kumar. And that for me is a key and possibly defining factor, Vinny. The reason why, the only way you lose this game, if you're USA, is its mental demons. And it's the kind of the scale of the achievement of finally beating the Dutch for the first time in your history. And those mental demons from this ground, when USA were in a close to unlosable position, they needed 30 odd runs off 40 odd deliveries with 5 wickets in hand in an ODI. They scored 8, Vinny, off 6 overs and lost 5 wickets. It was the most calamitous collapse I've ever seen in international cricket. And those demons are there, but not for these 2 men, because they weren't part of that team. They weren't in that squad for the ODIs. So that might be a good thing for USA.
Beats him on the outside edge. Yeah, that's one thing that I suppose at this level it shouldn't come into your thinking. Each player's got 2 arms, 2 legs. You need to ignore the shirt. You need to just play the ball coming down at you. And I suppose USA shouldn't be losing from here at all. House still there, hitting them pretty well. Kumar hoping to be an ally. Oh, and he's bowled. He might have got too far across, and it's the brace for Dutt. This game is changing. USA 75 for 4.
Well, you will not believe it, Vinny. I don't think USA can believe what's happened. Aryan Dutt has come on and he's changed the contest. He's coming around the wicket. It's bowled him round his legs. That, well, it's unforgivable. You cannot get out that way with a bowler bowling around the wicket. He's just walked across. It's absent-minded. Out comes Derek the Duck because he's walking off. Nitish Kumar, he's gone for a second ball duck. Now the demons start to come into play for USA. I'm not quite sure how Netherlands are even alive in this contest, Vinny, but they have life, they have hope, and it's thanks to Aryan Dutt.
Well, Dutt himself knows the feeling. He came out facing spin. He had to go without scoring, but yeah, it just shows too much of the furniture. You can see there the back foot jumping a long way across. It's again,
I don't think he can believe it.
the technique just wasn't there, was it? I mean,
He's completely lost the sense of where he is in the crease.
yeah, he's lost his bearings, is how I'd put it. Yeah,
Completely lost it. Dutt is pumped up. So too are the home crowd. Oh, well, if they pull this one out, I'll tell you something. It'll be a win for the ages. And now, all of a sudden, the jitters kick in. Cheyenne Jahangir goes, oh God, I've been in this position. I was in and around this middle order. As they collapsed in the ODI, it was at the same venue. They should be cantering home here. Instead, they've managed to just have a twist, and that's the beauty of the associate game. There's almost always a twist, there's always a turn, and there's always drama. Slip in place now.
Jahangir, 2 to negotiate from Aryan Dutt.
That's only just missed the leg stump. It's come off an inside edge. I think it's gone through his legs.
I think there's a few American fans spitting out their chili fries right now. Let's have a look at this one.
Oh,
give him the benefit there. Crept out sideways, but I won't say it was a
Tentative, Vinny.
tentative's a good word. He tries something. Actually, I felt like that got nothing. Went through the legs of Edwards. Bye is signalled. End of 10. Don't count your chickens. Don't count your chickens. Or your chickens.
Double wicket maiden, Vinny.
What an effort that was. 75 for 4 at the end of 10. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo here with Andrew Leonard. Welcome.
How
And
good's this backdrop?
I think it looks fantastic. I
It
always
looks
feel like we've got a third commentator in
it's like
here.
a studio, isn't it? Oh, brilliant. I love that.
Looks good, feels good, is good. Expect the unexpected. I suppose I've just done so many games on ECN. You feel it going one way, but it just takes a moment or maybe an over to change a game. And that was a real game-changing over from Dutt.
Totally agree with you. But if USA lose this, well, it's completely mental. It's nothing else. There is nothing technically going on out there. There's no problems of any kind really with the pitch other than the fact it's slowing up. They've got ahead of the game in the chase. It all comes down to the 6 inches, the grey matter above the eyes.
Well, it'll be going
Can
great.
they hold their nerve?
They'll be going great if they don't pull this one out. Maxio Dowd, part-timer, coming on to bowl the 11th over. What do you think of this move?
Well, it's an indication that Paul van Meekeren was getting absolutely nothing from the surface, and maybe it's just a bit of a roll of the dice to try and get the big wicket of either Heiss or Jahangir. It worked yesterday for USA, bringing in the part-time leggy. I'll tell you something, if he could get 2 wickets in an over, or 2 wickets in 2 overs like Aaron Jones did, then all of a sudden USA would be up against it.
Oh, what a rock. Look at this. Drift in and turn away from Maxo Dowd. I think he appreciated that one more than anyone.
Yeah, this is a beauty. Look at that drift. Look at the drift. So he's got revs on the ball. Nice follow through. That's more than a part-time delivery. That's the perfect leg break, and Jahangir has no answer.
Oh, play it again, Max. Yeah, Maxo Dowd. Opening bat, part-time leg spinner, part-time DJ as well. It's Maxi right now. You'll be hoping that he can grab that extra wicket here. I mean, add 2 wickets to the score here, becomes a very different game.
I tell you, Stuart Law right now, he's going to be thinking, surely not again. We had the Dutch on ice. We had them done in 2 of the ODIs. Yes, they were hammered out of sight in the T20. They're beaten by 102 runs. That was as big a defeat as you'll ever see at this level. He's going to be thinking, surely not again. Surely House is going to have that experience, that nous, if you will. Sorry for the alliteration. That was at a catchable height, Vinny, just to the left of Michael Levitt. You have to love the drama.
Walking on eggshells at the moment. Maxio Dowd does a fantastic job. Expect to see him again. None for 3 off the over. 79 for 4 after 11.
There is Stuart Law. He's sitting next to Nosh Kenjigay. Harmeet Singh looks like he's going to be in next. There's smiles on the faces now. I think there's a few nerves behind those smiles, Vinny, and I think Stuart Law is trying to portray a calm exterior, but deep down he's going, I can't take this in if they don't get over the line. It feels like there's so much more than just the trophy on the line here for USA. They're a side that throughout the last cycle of Cricket World Cup League 2, I think many who follow the associate game closely will feel as though they under-delivered in terms of the quality of the players that they have. They had to go through the playoff to get to the qualifier, and then they had, well, a tour to forget down in Zimbabwe. The trial by spin continues. Doran back into the attack.
Catching kind of short mid off there as well, just for the little prod there. It's gotten a bit of extra cover in the outfield as well, so I think that's just to try and put it in the batter's mind to force them to be a bit more careful when driving down the ground. Yeah, Stuart Law's thoughts. If you could read his mind, if they go down here, I don't think you'll be able to read it out on TV. USA have had those runs required just creep above the balls remaining for the first time in a while.
One of the challenges here for USA is to be getting House on strike. He's only faced 4 balls in the last 4 overs, and he looks to be kind of continuing along his merry way. Will that fan be brought to his feet?
That's a very relaxed form of support, isn't it? Kate Winslet posed with the flag in the air. Oh, gone. Well, this one shoots on, and Jahangir's the next to go. It's a cavalcade, it's a carousel, and it's excitement in the Dutch camp. It's 81 for 5 now in the 12th.
And it's that problem of House not getting enough of the strike. This is as plumb as they come. I know we've only the reverse angle, Vinny, but that's going to go on and crash into middle stump. It's just skidding on a little bit flatter through the air from the tall Durham. A skillful piece of bowling. Jahangir never looked settled, did he? He's the latest to walk back. The American batters turning into a procession. This is a collapse. It's another collapse from America. Can they stop this collapse? Can they stop the bleeding? And Harmeet Singh is going to be needed to pull something off. Otherwise, who knows? They could end up losing this again. One more look at the LBW, Vinny. Yeah, more than good enough for me.
It wasn't so much a question being answered as much as a confirmation, wasn't it? It went back, and I think he knew that his number was up, Cheyenne.
Yeah, he's gone for 3 off 10. And the score, rather remarkably, is 81 for 5. Vinny, 15 deliveries ago, they were 75 for 2. And in the greatest cruise control you could ever imagine, this game's turned on its head.
Is it strange that I kind of expected it? I don't know. There's just always twists and turns in these games. And it's a tricky one. Batters coming out, at best, they're getting once most of the balls, at best. They're not really looking to take the game on. House is probably the exception.
But he's just barely faced a ball.
He's been 22 yards from the action for most of the last 10 minutes. Harmeet gets a little outside edge on this, gets away off the mark. Left-hander just kind of changing things up a little bit. Do you think they'll continue with Max O'Dowd, even with the lefty at the crease?
It'd be a temptation maybe to go to an over of Lion Cachet. Credit to Edwards, he's read the conditions, he's read the fact that it's slowing down. If the Dutch could get House, they might just be favourites.
Castle retained the strike. Another tied over. That one had a wicket. It had 4 runs only. And the USA 83 for 5 after 12.
There is batting to come for USA, but when the push has come to the shove for those players who very much in the American domestic circuit would be all-rounders, you're talking about Harmeet Singh, who's at the crease here, Shadley Van Schalkwyk, Jesse Singh at number 9, and you've even got Nosh Kenjige at 10, who's more than capable. Yasir Mohammed, fine batter himself at 11. So everyone can bat there. It's not really about their technical attributes or their skill levels with the bat. It's all about the mental side. And that right now, as we're seeing again, the Dutch are applying pressure. Somehow got their opposition to a position where they're starting to fear what's happening. Won't be Max O'Dowd, will be the off spinner.
Yeah, matchups. Although we'll say the right-hander's on strike first up. And despite Max bowling maybe the best ball he's ever bowled, he doesn't get a second over. Not at this stage anyway. Does look like they're going pretty spin heavy. Liam Cachet around the wicket. Oh, that one wasn't off the middle either. That was very lucky for House.
I'm not sure this is the change I would have made. And the reason why O'Dowd is capable of bowling a few off breaks to the left-hander, they've gone with him because Harmeet Singh's at the crease. And actually it was House on strike. Now he's got him off strike, so this is the matchup that they wanted. Yeah. They have an over of Dutt left. I think to win this game, they've got to get House. And okay, all of a sudden the required run rate starting to come into it. It's more than another ball needed. They've bossed the last few overs. I'd like to have seen them continue to attack rather than the kind of the more cautious option of Lion Cachet.
Oh, leading edge just pops out of the grasp of Liam Cachet. It's white knuckles time at the moment at the Vorburg Cricket Club.
I will say one thing, Vinny. It's been the most brilliant series. Not just the T20Is, the ODIs. It ebbed and it flowed. There was high drama at points. All three of these sides are imperfect, Vinny.
Too short, bad ball, put away handsomely by House. Maximal 6 runs.
Not the right matchup, and I think it's a misstep from Scotty Edwards. He's got his hands on his hips there, but he's the one who made the call. It's a part-time off spinner. House ends up nearly walking on those stumps. He goes so deep in the crease. He's brilliant on anything short, and that's gone miles over the heads onto the athletics track. all of those VIP dignitaries in. They were brought to life with the wickets. And this over, it's just alleviating that pressure.
Credit to Haas there, because he was very quick to pick that up, even though it was a bad ball. Got deep in his crease, gave himself that extra fraction of a second to get the hands through it. And that was a monster, actually. That's gone over the crowd. It's gone into the fields next door. Change of tactics here. And Liam Cachet was kind of going around the wicket, kind of being some sort of fake Arian Dutt. He's going to go a bit more traditional now.
Yeah, applause ringing out from the American bench. You've got to do, if you're the Dutch, you've got to bowl as little as possible to House and protect the boundaries as much as possible from him. He doesn't have that kind of same mental scarring, if you will, from the ODIs. He's a born winner, isn't he? We've seen his record in American franchise competitions as they get back for a couple here with a good piece of running. He's won everything, won both editions of MLC, won a couple of GT20s, won plenty more domestic open competitions in the United States. And he's looked brilliant right from the off, hasn't he? He's almost batting on a different pitch to the rest of them.
Yeah, well, remember that first ball that he smashed Kyle Klein straight back over his head. As Cachet doesn't really work out too well in the 13th. That over in the end went for 12. And USA recovered to an extent. 13 overs in, 95 for 5.
And all that pressure that they built up, it's just been extinguished, isn't it? Going to need something remarkable from here. I can't see Liam Cachet being given the ball again. He's got 2 overs, number for 21. Do have the option of Van Meekeren to go back to for a little burst. I'm not sure if Harmeet Singh's as good against that, but well, maybe an admission that he got that call wrong. He's going to turn to Max O'Dowd again.
From the other end. And yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, Durham still had an over to go. Just felt he was really hot. I think I would gamble. I wouldn't be kicking the can down the road too far at this stage, especially with USA having the rate back under a run of ball.
Doesn't look like he's going to bowl off breaks either, Vinny. Looks like he's going to stick with the leg breaks from over the wicket. You almost never see an off spinner bowl to a left-hander in a T20 from over the wicket.
Interesting one. I mean, there might be a bit of natural variation. There might be the one that kind of slides straight on. I will say the leggies came out really well last over for Max. So he's going to stick with it, it looks like. Full toss, but gets away with it. Yeah, pressure. A bit like trust in the real world relationships takes a long time to build up, can be broken in a moment. And right now, USA back in charge.
One bad one here, Vinny. One drag down. And look out in the Kingma household, that's where this will be going. Anything short, he's going to hammer away to the leg side.
Coast the key for USA. They're happy with that at the moment. Just keep it moving. Don't want to get bogged down.
Leg bye signalled. They're definitely coming out nicely, because as soon as a leg spinner gets them curving out of the hand, it means that there's revs on the ball, there's drift in play.
Not really a lot of wind around today either. Drift from both ends. Taken on, chance, and gone. Well, how about that? Harmeet doesn't read the room, tries to pound it into the farm, and somehow he's lost his wicket. And USA, well, they'll be out of toes. They keep shooting themselves in the foot. It's 97 for 6.
Well, this is quite staggering. Vinny, he bowled brilliantly. He was untouchable, and the fans in the background there pumped up. The one thing the Dutch do is they field and they catch and they squeeze brilliantly. You wouldn't have expected Kroos to put that down. He didn't. He holds on. Max O'Dowd has a wicket. That wasn't on my bingo card coming into today's contest. And Harmeet Singh, Vinny, he's given it away. He's gifted his wicket to the Dutch.
Well, I know that in California, you'll find a place called Hollywood, and that's how Harmeet bats here. He thought he was heading there. Went for glory, came up short, and he's put his team under unnecessary pressure now, 97 for 6. And the leggies to the lefty ends up working out. Nice catch by Kroos as well down there at wide, long on.
Just a 4th T20I wicket for Max O'Dowd. Well, it's a masterstroke. I think it was an over delayed, Vinny. I thought he should have bowled the prior over. And it'll bring Shadley van Schalkwyk to the crease. These two, they know each other from South Africa, where they grew up and played a lot of first-class cricket with hugely impressive records before moving over, making a big lifestyle choice and coming to the United States.
Oh, Van Schalkwyk gets a faint touch on this first ball from Max O'Dowd.
And where's the slip, Vinny?
Well, yeah, I suppose. Easy after the fact, but given the game situation and the fact that no one's really reading Max here, it would have been handy.
Oh, put down.
Well, I mean, it was a fingertipper. Let's be fair, it was hit very hard, and Max about 18 yards away. Couldn't wrap the hands around it.
This isn't easy, but oh, fielder of O'Dowd's quality, Vinny, going in the direction that he's falling as such. I think he'll be frustrated he's not held on to that. How big a moment is that in the game? House dropped on 36.
I don't know. Even at this level, I feel like it's a 5 out of 10 catch. It just seemed to be timed pretty sweetly. O'Dowd didn't ever get the hands behind it. 100 comes up for USA. 100 for 6 after 14.
And to add insult to injury, a little fumble costs a run. Edwards is, well, he's just searching for the next card in the deck. What's he going to look for? There's one left, isn't there, for
Durham's got one more.
For Durham, one left for Aryan Dutt. Don't think we're going to see Lion Cachet again, or certainly I wouldn't be giving him a ball. Van Meekeren has 3 left and Kyle Klein has 1. 6 remain. How's he kind of shaping those up?
It's funny, isn't it? Because we have been a little bit critical, I suppose, of passive batting in the middle overs, but this is one situation where you can afford to kind of just take what comes to you. There's no run rate pressure here. There's no need to go after a ball like that. If it's a shocking ball like the one we saw Carlos put away, that's fine. But Hamid, he'll be taking his pads off, wondering what he's done.
Well, this is a big call. They're sticking with Lion Cachet, and I'm not sure they need to. Because if you look at the last 6, you probably want to give O'Dowd one more. Dutt and Durham will certainly bowl theirs. There's 3 of the remaining 6. Klein and Van Meekeren, surely they could bowl the others.
What's the sign of confidence in the young man? And we could turn it around with a wicket of Andries Kous. But it's too short, and he's going to pay the price again. Maximo losing a grip on it at the moment. Another rank long hop gets put away.
You cannot bowl there to a batter of Andreas House's quality. That's a free hit, Vinny. And surely this wasn't the right call. I understand giving him the ball at points of this series, giving him some defensive overs. But you need wickets here. You've got overs of Durham. You've got overs of Dutt. You've got Paul Van Meekeren, one of the best quicks in the associate game. And House, well, he's guiding America home into the 40s.
Oh, that could be gone. It is. Keeps down. This game has more twist than a length of old rope at the moment. Kous gets the shooter, and USA 107 for 7. And don't count the chickens yet, Andrew Leonard.
Well, you just won't believe it, will you? You did not see this coming. And House has got himself in a horrible tangle. It's the easiest of decisions because he's right deep in the crease. He can't believe what he's done after a horrible drag down the ball before. He gets the right length, gets it fuller. It is turning, Vinny. And that would have gone on to crash into middle and leg stump. And not for the first time, and not for the last. There's a bit of egg on my face here in the commentary box.
Well, this is the European Cricket Network, and expect the unexpected. I mean, this is giving me strong day 5 at Chennai vibes. This one just rips back, doesn't it? Keeps low. Let's have a look at it again. And yeah.
But again, it's easy afterwards, Vinny. How's he gone back to this?
Yeah, true.
You get forward to that. Again, you've just hit... How many times have we seen an American batter dismissed after they've hit a boundary? Yeah. It's happened several times. Now, Manik Patel, I think Saiteja Mukamala, and now it's left to the tail. Jesse Singh strolls to the crease. He's at number 9. All of a sudden, for the first time maybe since the first 6 overs of the first innings, the Dutch are favourites again. If anything, they should close this out. It's quite remarkable.
Yeah, you tend to talk in absolutes. I'm keeping my options open here. I mean, there's no pressure with the run rate. I mean, you're talking about the last 3 wickets putting on 26. They got 5.5 overs to do it. Liam Cachet from 0 to hero. And It'll be Jesse Singh that gets off the mark with a single, but I think there's a few nerves jangling probably for both sides at the moment.
You look at some of the dismissals. You think about Harmeet Singh's in particular. You look at Monank Patel's. You think about that one from House. He's just pongoed a 6, 20 yards over the rope. He's got more than the runs required off the over.
I'm going to say a thing that's not a very ECN thing to say. Could have blocked it. You know, it was a kind of middle length. You've got heaps of balls to play with, but that's cricket, isn't it? One wrong option, one misjudgment. House joins the club of ripping the pads off, wondering what might have been.
They have all the time, Vinny. They only need 24.
Well done. Now everything falling his way. Maybe glancing at the skipper saying, want to give me one more. End of 15. It's 109 for 7.
I don't think so. Might be wrong.
Yeah,
surely it's
you
got
are
to
very
be,
good, but your record today, you've been on a different page than the captains.
Got to be Durham and Dutt, and yeah, it is funny. You often think about it when you're, we watch things so closely here from the booth, and just sometimes captains see it completely differently. You talk about the fragile lower middle order for the Netherlands. What about that for USA? 0, 3, 6 for Kumar, Jahangir, and Harmeet Singh. And if they can add a couple more wickets to this, I thought there might be another of Max O'Dowd here, given how beautifully he's bowled, but he's going to go to Aryan Dutt. A lot of this might be to do with the fact that Van Schalkwyk is on strike. Dutt is prolific against left-handers, Vinny, when the slip comes into play.
Horses for courses. I'm not just talking about what you find behind the field at this ground. Van Schalkwyk. Run a poor pace, that's fine at this stage. USA 24 required of the last 5 overs. 3 wickets in hand. Starts with a single.
Haven't seen much responsible batting, have we, in this chase? We've seen the majority of the wickets fall to aggressive strokes. Think about Aaron Jones's shot as well. Reliably in form, Vinny. Since that World Cup innings against Canada, that's the 7th time he's been out sweeping. So okay, it's his strength, and no doubt he plays it well, but was it needed? And now Singh and Van Schalkwyk just look to knock the 1s and 2s around, take this chase as deep as they can.
Likes that tactic round the wickets, angling across. He's a bit of a mystery spinner, Aryan Dutt. I find him fascinating to watch. He's not really a traditional tweaker. I talked about his action being slightly unusual. He tends to make the most of that angle, doesn't he?
He's a very, very canny bowler. I think he's got great control. His accuracy is his strength. Also his pacey bowls that he bowls at a very challenging pace.
It's a master of subtle variation. I think that's the key. I suppose international level is worth a lot. Bowled him. Got him. Van Schalkwyk's the next to go, and Dutt's fired up. Well, he pounds the chest. Netherlands coming home with a wet sail, and it's 111 for 8.
Well, what a delivery this is. This might be the best one of the whole innings. A little bit wide of the crease, angles in. Another one with a big expansive drive. We spoke about Dutt against left-handers. Prolific. Well, it doesn't even do it justice. The off stump goes for a walk. What a nut from Aryan Dutt. And right now, USA, that sense of deja vu, that sense of a calamitous collapse, it's falling over them, it's washing over them. It's 111 for 8. Ooh. The Dutch are 2 good balls away.
We've broken the supercomputer. Has gone for a walk, so's the off stump. Shadley has to go for 5, 111 for 8. USA once again snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And Aryan Dutt, what a spell this has been from him. And he's counted the 3 from Harmeet in the first innings. He's got 3 for 20, 3 balls remaining, and a big 3 balls coming up for Aryan.
Look at this, Vinny. It's the angle in. So Van Schalkwyk thinks he can drive down the ground, but then the turn away, the off stump knocked out. The Dutch, well, I don't think they've been at their best today or even close to it, but their will to win, their strength of character, they have somehow stayed in this contest. For the vast majority of this chase, this game was only trending in one direction, and another remarkable collapse. We've seen a few on this tour. It could be about to swing the final match and indeed the series and the trophy towards the Netherlands. And across the course of the 8 matches, both formats, Vinny, you couldn't help but argue that they deserve it. They really have. They haven't been very good today, though. I'll say that.
22 runs must seem a world away for Nos Kenjige as he comes out to bat at number 10. Catching man comes in. That's Noah Crows at slip. Dutt. He'll be thinking, bang, bang, game over. But he's only got 3 bullets left in the barrel. Plays off the back foot. Dutt not happy with himself there.
And you have to remember, Vinny, as well, if you look at the first couple of overs that Dutt bowled up in the power play, well, they were pretty ineffectual, weren't they? His first over went for 8, his second went for 10. He didn't really look threatening with the newer ball. And then when the pace has come off the ball, the pitch has continued to slow down. He's looked unplayable. He's looked a bit like Harmeet Singh at that end. So first 2 overs, none for 18. Next 10 deliveries, 3 for 4.
2 to come now. Huge crossroads in this game. Sent back there, Kenjige. Well, he got the memo very late. Just gets back. Nerves personified for USA.
Pressure. That's all this is, pressure. I said the Dutch haven't played very well today. I think if we chat to Ryan Cook and Scott Edwards after, they'll agree. But they've just got such great qualities, such likeable qualities. Even when they're not playing well, they still hang around in the contest and put pressure on the opposition to cause them to crack. Look at the pressure. Look at the miscommunication.
Let's not forget, I only got here on Monday, and all the chat Netherlands, the confident team, they're from any position. And I hadn't forgotten that. That's why I never really counted them out, even the first half. They feel like they can win from any position. They feel that they can rip through this USA batting lineup. They are doing it at the moment. Whether it's enough to win the game or not, I'm not sure. This one could still go either way. But you've got 2 lower order batters at the crease. And USA 2 mistakes away from coming second. Last ball for Dutt. Happy to keep it out as Kenjige into 16. What a game here at Voorburg. 113 for 8.
Well, it's nothing if not enthralling. Describe the sides, Vinny, as imperfect. That's what they are. There's so much brilliance in all 3 of the teams we've seen throughout this series. But the majority of the brilliance has been individual batting and individual bowling. The one exception has been that collective team unity of the Dutch and their will to win. And that has shone through in their fielding. They've even had to go to serious wildcards today. We didn't think Max O'Dowd would bowl. He's just about to bowl his 3rd. And USA, well, they need to find something to get over the line.
20 to win. Make that 20 still. Good stop there in the covers. Yeah, play it again, Max. Mentioned he likes spinning the tracks. He's quite a proficient DJ, actually. Right now he's laser focused.
Just think of the 8 wickets here, Vinny, as we see a misfield going to allow a single. Levitt, who has battled a bit this tour. He's probably been the one weak link in the fielding for the Dutch. Madank Patel bowled, playing a very aggressive shot. Saiteja Mukamala trying to hit it over mid-off's head from the first ball, maybe the second ball of Daniel Durham. Aaron Jones going for a big slog sweep across the line. Nitish Kumar losing where his stumps were. Jahangir just never got going. He got trapped LBW, as did House. And then Harmeet Singh gives it away to long on when the pressure's coming on. And even Van Schalkwyk there, you might think, oh, he's only trying to push that. That's the most threatening bowler in the side, Aryan Dutt, to left-handers, and it's a good delivery. You've got to keep that out. You don't need more than a run of ball.
Oh, that's a bad ball, but he's going to get away with that as well. Everything rolling the Dutch's way at the moment. Little under edge. Dragged down. Maxi will be thankful for that.
Still just 3 maximums that would get USA over the line. That's how close they are. It's 18 to win. That easily could have been a wide. It could have been 4. End result, a dot ball.
Levitt back in form. Once again, O'Dowd restricting, and he's still got an over up his sleeve. And do you go to him again? The way he's going against these 2.
I think Durham has to bowl the next. Durham will surely bowl 18.
Tossed a bit wide at Levitt. It's got leather poisoning. End of the 17th. And O'Dowd's got 1 for 9 off 3. 115 for 8 after 17.
Now every dot is a killer from here. Might only be a run of ball, but just with the way the runs have dried up, you don't know where this contest is going. Vinny, the last 5 overs, it's been 34 for 4.
Well, what a twist we've had here. If you want more twists and turns, don't worry, even though the Netherlands Tri-Series is coming to an end. We've got Austria happening right now. You can actually turn it on at the end of this game if you like, and it will continue tomorrow with Donnerstadt, the Austrian champions, taking on Indian CC Vienna first up. And it all starts 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India. I do encourage everyone to subscribe to the ECN YouTube channel, no matter where you're watching from or how you're watching from at the moment, because we have so much free cricket. It's exploded now into everywhere, really. It's T10, it's fast-paced. We average kind of 12 and over there. We average a wicket every 10 balls, and 12 sixes per 10 overs, those kinds of things. And we think you really like it. And best of all, it's free. Okay, big 3 overs coming up. Runner ball required. They do go back to Dorham in the 18th. Slip in play still, searching for that 9th wicket. Dorham with the big stretch gets down and forces a dot first ball.
Problem here, Vinny, is it's stick or twist, isn't it? If USA kind of play out this over and 2 come off it, then it's 16 to win off the last 2. You can't really afford to just hang around.
Never underestimate the power of 8 down. That you're 1 mistake away from being down to your very last batter, your very last chance. And that's got to be in the back of their minds at the moment.
Look at the nervous energy in the crowd. Most are on the edge of their seats. Some too tense to even sit down. They know that this game is on the line. It's so fitting. I think we're going to the final over, Vinny. After the series that we've had, to go all the way to the last over. We're going to take on 2 here.
Jeez, this is tight. Oh, he likes it. I think he's just gotten home. Yeah, this is the other thing with running between the wickets. You can't be as aggressive as you would be otherwise, because just the power, again, if there's a run out here, and I actually think this is pretty tight. I think it's a good decision, but being 9 out, it changes things. It really tilts things the Netherlands' way.
I think Klein is just a little guilty of getting too deep there. Very good decision, clearly home. Jesse Singh, it's pretty unlikely that one of them was going to slog sweep it over his head at deep mid-wicket, and he was right on the edge of the rope. So Jesse Singh able to pick up a couple, 2 critical runs.
Well, it's bad ball, and it's going to be 6. Well, it doesn't matter who you're bowling to, you can't serve that up. And Jesse goes bang, Maximo, USA back in charge.
Well, where has this come from? It's a freebie. It's an absolute buffet ball. It's a knee-high full toss. And Jesse Singh, he gleefully accepts the invitation. And now the USA, they can sense the finish line. Can they scramble over it? 9 to win.
Oh, Heartbreakers incorporated. Should just be a single. Again, they think a 2. Be wise to turn it down.
There's no need, is there? Actually would have got a second, wouldn't they? But 8 to win off 13. You now sense the Dutch need a wicket.
2 overs to go. You've got Max O'Dowd, you've got Van Meeker, and you've got Kyle Klein. Who are you bowling next, Andrew?
I think you have to take risk now, because if this was a good over and it was 16 to win off the last 12, I'd probably go Klein and Van Meekeren. But I think the only way you win the game now is by going Max O'Dowd at the 19th.
Play the reverse Uno card. Oof. Wow, this time he can't get down to it. Every run's crucial at this point in the game. End of 18 overs. 126 for 8. 7 required off the last 2.
It's another misfield. There's been plenty of them. It's so unlike the Dutch. You think about those 4 overthrows, you think of 2 or 3 that Levitt misfielded, that one from Doran there. It stacks up into 10, 12, 14 runs. So instead of it being 20 or 25 to win off the last 2, it's only 7. And surely the USA are going to get over the line. Which way will it be? Is it going to be Van Meekeren? Is it going to be O'Dowd? That's the big question.
Meekeren's hovering. He doesn't look like he's taking his hat off. There's going to be a conference, I think. Well, whichever team wins, Lenny, it's going to be a famous victory. It's either the first ever victory for the USA over the Dutch, or it's the Dutch pulling the ultimate Houdini. And there goes the helmet, which means it'll be a pace-on option here. And it looks like they're going to turn to Kyle Klein. Has been such a force in this series, but he hasn't always been able to deliver at the back end. I suppose what you would say as well, he is bowling to lower order batters here.
Yeah, but 2 batters who do a lot of their batting in domestic cricket in the United States, in sort of number 5, number 6.
Yeah.
They bat high up the order. Yasser Mohammed is more than capable all-rounder. That's the depth that they have. today. No Drysdale in the team, so Yasser Mohammed remarkably all the way down at number 11, but it's been one of the stars of the series across the two formats. Vinny, I think he's been exceptional. He's picked up 17 wickets prior today, 18 if you include today. No one has got more than him, and he needs another one, and they need it now. It's got to be now for Kyle Klein. Yeah. Can he squeeze one past Kenjigate?
Wicket.
He'll be challenging the stumps, Vinny. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, wicket puts Netherlands back in charge, I think. 7 runs, only 7 runs required for the USA. Careful little push. They've done well to actually get it because of that. That 6 they hit to get that runs back below the balls. I think it was going to get a bit nervy anytime the runs was above the balls required.
Change that to a dot. It's 13 off 11. It's a different game. 7 off 11 you should do every time. Good captaincy though from Edwards. I like this. There's 5 in the circle.
Yeah.
So that would have been a single if you have your stock field in place, but he's recognised the situation. Doesn't want to allow America to get there with 7 singles. Force them to take a bit of risk. Maybe hit one in the air. Bring mid-off or mid-on into play. They're both up in the circle.
Another push, but again, good fielding position, good captaincy from Edwards. Yeah, as a captain, I think you have to put yourself in the batter's shoes and think about what do they want least. Now, if I'm batting at this stage and I'm batting number 10, for example, I want to see everyone as far away as possible. I want to know that there's heaps of singles there. Scott Edwards making a conscious effort to cut them off.
The other thing, I think they know their batter here, Vinny. They know that Kenjige's kind of go-to strokes are scoops and laps and dabs and sweeps, but I can't see him doing that given the scenario. So he's desperate to get one. The question is, where's he going to get it?
Fine legs back as well. It's no value in that shot for the risk. Kyle Klein. Another push. This time they'll take it on Vikram. Sidearm sling, but he misses the target.
Oh, that's a poor piece of match awareness from Vikramjit Singh. He's got to know that Kenjige, the pressure was building up on him. He's got to be in on top of him. And that shouldn't have been a single. They've hit it straight to him, taking him on. I think even with a direct hit, maybe he could have been run out, but he should have been another stride in, another step in. Now, if Jesse Singh hits another 6, the game is done.
Would have been out. Wasn't an easy one. The way he had to throw it, he had to kind of throw it round arm on the run. 6 off 9. Seems so far away at the moment. A little bit of a test match feel about this as well, doesn't it? With the lower order trying to put this on. But I can tell you something. USA, they can win this game with one swing of the bat, and it's Jesse Singh on strike. Taking their time, trying to get this field right, trying to find the balance between saving the one, but also, obviously, you leak a boundary at this stage. Okay, a 6 ends the game, a 4 pretty much means you need a miracle. You need to go bang, bang to pull it out from there. If you're the Netherlands, Klein to Jasdeep Singh. 6 required. Inside edge. Won't get a run. Oh, he's gone! That's an absolute brain fade from Jesse. He was worried about being given out LBW. He went wandering and he never comes home. USA down to number 11 now, 127 for 9. And what a piece of fielding as well to hit the stumps under pressure.
And it's Zach Lyon-Cachet. He's had a difficult day with the ball, difficult day with the bat too. Whilst everyone else was looking at the umpire, Jesse Singh was pointing the bat at him. Lyon-Cachet came in like a lion, on the prowl, got the underarm in. He probably had a stump and a half to aim at. He hit the middle one of those 3 stumps. Singh is gone, and USA, well, 1 ball from a disastrous, calamitous collapse that may snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Basics. Well, to use another baseball term, this is a bit bush league really. He's holding up his bat. Let the umpire do his job. You worry about yours. He loses eye contact with his partner.
Here. Watch Jesse Singh. He shouldn't even be looking at the umpire. The decision will be the decision.
That's right.
Whatever the case is. And look at him. All he does is look at the umpire, forgets where the ball is. Brilliant fielding, Vinny. Absolutely outstanding. It could be the moment that wins the Dutch the game and indeed wins the Netherlands the series.
Half chance if that really, but that, I mean, we've talked about some of the wickets that have been gifted, and that is a gift really. It's a huge inside edge. I think everyone around the ground heard it. It wasn't like a little flick. It was a big inside edge, and now have a look at this. We're down to number 11 on strike. Yasser Mohammed coming out. They're 6 runs away. Every ball could be the last at the moment, and it could go either way.
Palpable drama, huge tension around Voorberg. What a finish to this series, Vinny. Sensational cricket we've seen throughout. It has been imperfect, but it has had every bit of drama you could ever want.
Klein wants to rip his poles out. 9 down. Kept out, and that's the other thing now. You have to find a way almost risk-free to accumulate these, and the field, I like the field here, it's just not allowing those easy singles.
Now, is Yasser Mohammed thinking, well, actually my best bet is to have a dot and to hand it over to Kenjige, the senior partner, over a decade older.
I don't know if you're turning down runs when you're this close. It hasn't been a boundary type field. Anyway, we'll see where it goes. Klein, last chance to win the game for the Netherlands with him at the ball. Worked away, they'll get one. Again, they are almost a mix up as well. Pressure, pressure, pressure. It will be Yasser off the mark. He retains the strike, 5 required. And they're out of lives. USA 128 for 9.
Oh, you couldn't ride it, Vinny. You really couldn't. Don't rule out that super over either. 4 runs to tie the scores. That would then bring about the super over. But right now, it's 5, the golden number, the magic number. A maximum, of course, would do it for USA. Will it be Yasser Mohammed, the hero, back into the team? What's he doing down at number 11, Vinny? He could have been batting at 6 or 7 in this lineup. There's no doubt about that. More than capable with the bat. And that might be just a little advantage that they have. Van Meekeren, he's only bowled 1 today. They're not going to go to O'Dowd. They're going to go back to pace on the ball. His experience, 1 good delivery will win it for the Dutch.
I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense to these two. Yeah, you might be batting 6 or 7, but the thing is at 6 or 7, you don't have the ultimate pressure of getting out and the game's done. Your team losing.
What about Kenjige's reaction during that run out? Extended his arms to Singh, saying, where are you going?
I've seen it a million times. Worried about the appeal. You take off for a run to act like you're not bothered. Well, guess what? You are bothered. You're really bothered. It's meant to make the umpire think, oh, you know, your body language is confident, you're not out. But he actually wasn't out. Anyway, we'll leave that there. There have been a few of these dismissals that kind of would suggest that they're chasing 218 like they were the other day against the Netherlands. Not the 133. Van Meekeren, 20th over. Gone, and the Dutch win. What a win for the Oranje. It's the Dutch miracle here at VCC. They win the Tri-Series. Van Meekeren, well, he had to wait, but he finishes it in style. And USA, they cannot break through that orange ceiling. They lose by 4 runs.
Well, my God, we have seen the most incredible comeback. It's the miracle at Voorburg. Dutch delight. I really do not know how they've pulled this off, Vinny. If you think the ODI defeat was incredible, well, this was 10 times that. They were in the most comfortable and confident position, but Van Meekeren gets it full, gets it straight. The Dutch, they're pumped up. They take the series. 7 wins from 8. Best in the ODI, best in the T20I, maybe the best associate side in the world.
What theatre we had there, and you can talk about so many things that could have gone the other way. Yasser did decide to take the single off the last ball the over, meant the number 11 was on strike. He was out of his comfort zone, I thought, against Van Meekeren steaming in. And the Dutch have pulled this one out of the fire. Has kind of similar vibes to the other day when Canada were able to defend a similar score, keeping the Dutch to a similar score. But just 4 runs between these two teams, and the USA, they'll be kicking themselves all the way back to North America. But the Dutch, on a big day for Dutch cricket, they're celebrating a lot of things. They get to celebrate a win here in match 6 and also a win in the Tri-Series.
75 for 2 they were, Vinny, and cruising with 11 overs to bat. They needed, well, much less than on a ball with 2 set men at the crease, House and Jones. Jones had a big hack across the line to Aryan Dutt's first ball of his comeback spell. That precipitated a quite remarkable collapse. Kumar went soon after, then Jahangir, then Singh, then Gauss, the set man, and Van Schalkwyk, Singh, and finally Yasser Mohammed went alongside him. The Dutch have pulled off the unthinkable, the miraculous, the quite remarkable. That is a win for the ages. And USA again look shell-shocked. Deja vu for them. What has just happened?
Don't count your chickens or they might come back to roost. And that's what happens for USA here. The Stars and Stripes just so far ahead so many times in that game. But the Dutch never said die on home turf. And yeah, some interesting tactics as well. Probably a few things that weren't in the front of the playbook with O'Dowd coming on as a bit of an emergency option. He performed pretty well. Van Meekeren being held back, but they still had him up their sleeve, didn't they? And he was the man to finish things off.
And Vinny, a big shout out to Zach Lyon-Cachet. He's a youngster. He's in his first ever series. Look at House. He's devastated. He can't understand what's just happened. But Lyon-Cachet, he didn't bowl particularly well, being honest, Vinny. He served up a few half-trackers, a few that got over the rope. But then he showed the strength of character to keep plugging away, got the big wicket of House. And then that run out, well, that was the turning point, wasn't it? Jesse Singh went wandering. He was worried he might be given out LBW. He was busy looking at the umpire, and the throw came in from backward point to round out the most extraordinary result I've ever seen.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a fun highlights package to watch. Well, it depends who you're rooting for, as they say across the pond, but let's have a look. They went to Mukamala once again, Manoj Patel. And look, there was a real sense of aggression in the power play. Maybe overdone there, Patel. Outside edge one onto the middle pole. That went for a trip. That was a fantastic piece of bowling by Kyle Klein. And so, well, I mean, every run turned out to count. I mean, we could probably even see in a moment where Kyle Klein gives away 4 overthrows for nothing. And that could have been costly as well in a game that went right down to the wire.
Yeah, this was the 4 overthrows there, and really you watched this chase as it unfolded, and for every moment of that first half of the chase you thought this was a complete cruise. But now look at the wicket starting to fall, Vinny, and look at the pattern. Aggressive strokes. Okay, Jones got this one all the way for 6, but Mukamala a bit of a giveaway to mid-off. It's not a shot that he'll look back on with much fondness, and here's the turning point. It's Aryan Dutt back into the attack. His first 2 overs are gone for 18. Did Jones need to play that shot? You'd have to say he sorely didn't. Moments later, the leg stump went for a walk as Nitish Kumar completely lost his bearings, and then the game was about, and all of a sudden the chase, it was sent off the rails.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't change anything if you're looking in retrospect, but yeah, I still think Dutt could have bowled 4 in the middle, and who knows where they might have ended up. Durham then got that one to shoot a little bit, and Cheyenne had to go. He just got bogged down when he was there. There's a couple of filthy long hops in here that got whacked out of the ground that were just keeping USA ahead, we thought. And that one unnecessary with a capital U. And then, how about this one? Carlos, after pounding one over the leg side, got one that shot at him. And then, well, the wicket started to fall, and it was white knuckle time at VCC.
And then the full toss from Durham swung the game back towards USA. Jesse Singh hammered that over the rope, but here was really the final hammer blow. A great piece of awareness from Zach Lyon-Cachet, and certainly an athletic and remarkable, wonderful piece of fielding. It caught Jesse Singh short, and with that it was just one good delivery needed, and who else but Paul Van Meekeren to provide it right at the end. Singh, well, he's not going to want to see that replay again. Here's the winning moment. Van Meekeren wide of the crease, the off stump clipped, and the Dutch, they've pulled off a comeback for the ages to lift the trophy here on home soil and spark jubilant scenes of celebration.
Even the crowd there, it was more shock that they'd found a path back into the game. It wasn't a spontaneous cheer. There was a lot of jaws on the floor. There was a lot of kind of hands on mouth there for the Dutch crowd. But what a game in the end. The Dutch find a way, 132 to 128. They end up with the 6 points and the win in this tri-series.
Absolutely unforgettable, this series, in basically every way, Vinny. Both the ODIs and now the T20Is. You'd have to say across the course of all 12 matches, the Dutch have deserved the plaudits. I don't know how they've beaten USA 3 of the 4 times they have. They've had one absolute thumping against them by 102 runs, and then 3 wins, 3 comebacks for the ages. USA are going to be having nightmares about that the whole way back across the Atlantic.
Oh, time to take a breath, really. Let's have a look at the bowling figures, and I think he ends up taking the player of the match, 3 for 22, including a maiden in there. Shows you how quick your game can turn around. Remember, he went out there to bat in the first half. He got run out first ball. Max O'Dowd was a bit of a wild card, wasn't he? He took 1 for 9. Van Meekeren was probably underused, but finished with the ultimate wicket, 1 for 5. His figures. Zach Lyon-Cachet came up with a wicket when his team really needed it. Kyle Klein also putting in a shift, and Durham with his 2 for 30. Just that full toss that we thought he might live to regret, but it's Dutch delight here at Voorburg. And now, well, They've had plenty to celebrate today, Dutch. They get to celebrate a win. What a game.
Well, incredible, and the streak continues. USA have still never beaten the USA in any senior international. That game, of all of the defeats on this tour, it's going to haunt, absolutely haunt Stuart Law and all of the American side. Being honest with you, Vinny, the Dutch, they were kind of handed it by a collapse, and the mental pressures of the game, they were brought to the fore again.
And when it comes down to it, you had 3 teams involved, not only in this series, but also in the 50-over series as well. I think they learn a lot out of it as well. And of course, you've got various levels of experience within the makeup. Players will go now, probably partly some technical things. I think partly the approach and the kind of situational awareness. We just saw the USA there throwing wickets away in a situation where they had the rate down below a run of ball.
The reality is there's a mental fragility there for America that they have to address, and the only way you can really address it is by kind of getting that monkey off your back and finding a way to win games like that. Nobody really stood up. House played well, there's no doubt about that, but look at all those dismissals, and I think Stuart Law, he's going to be reflecting upon that as USA fly home, ultimately without a win against the Netherlands. 4 games against them, 4 defeats.
Well, it ain't over until the last ball is bowled, and it ain't over either in Austria. There's still cricket to go. If you want to turn over, this is what's coming up tomorrow as well. So if you have enjoyed this series, why don't you stick around? And we've got so much cricket still over 3.5 months left in this season, starting tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India. I know a lot of the American viewers, they like to wake up and start their day by catching a bit of European Cricket Network cricket. Okay, before we go, just want to encourage everyone, if you're watching on YouTube, ECN European Cricket Network, to like this video, subscribe, tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. The community is growing all the time. Also, I want to mention our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. I know that you'll be back across the pond in North America pretty shortly as well, right?
Been great to be back with you on the ECN. Hopefully see you very soon here.
Yeah, well, we certainly hope to catch you soon, as you can stand by. More cricket on the way, but for now, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Lenny Leonard. Here's some of the best bits of Match 6, and this could be a long highlights package. We'll see you soon for more cricket right here on ECN. For now, it's us to Front Talk.